Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is June 4th, YC126, and this is the Eve Universe Show 07. Welcome to you guys. How's it going? Settle on in. Get your cup of coffee. I've got my Malro mug. Do you? I ain't gonna lie. One of the reasons why the stream was late was because I was really hoping that my coffee mug would come in today. And my cat is about to get the cat tax of having to show herself on stream because she's demanding attention right as I'm getting live. And, you know, for all of you that are like, oh, it's your voice, it's your voice. No, she actually came up to me as I was waiting for the final song. It's like she knows. It's like she hears the click of me going live as opposed to any other click. And so, hold on. Nope, nope, nope. Hey, where are you going? Yeah. Very healthy cat. Say hi, cat. All right. You want food? Is that what you want? Oh, yeah. All right. It's one of the friendliest she's ever been while being picked up, actually. Whoa. Hold on, I gotta set up my Stratios. Okay. Whew. See? This is how ready I am to go live. I'm having to do basic chores in front of everybody. Isn't that great? All right. So today I did want to go over the final, or the good news is that my son is at outdoor school right now. So he's going to be home late today, which is why I'm able to stream later than normal. And so my plan is, my hope is to actually finish the Sisters of Eve epic arc today because, you know, this is the week before the expansion. We've got 7 days, 1 week, next Tuesday. So exactly 1 week from now, we will be getting into Equinox. And, you know, that's a big deal. So this week is definitely a good opportunity to wrap up other things that you've got going on. One of the things I've got going on is the Sisters of Eve epic arc. So I figured it's a good time to wrap that up. If you are curious about the expansion, I do have a video that came out last week called Everything We Expect in the Equinox expansion. I've even gotten some verification from people who know that it was a fairly decent summary of everything. So go ahead and check that out. Last week to place your bets on Equinox's impact on minerals. Yes. No Macarial model? Man, I like the Stratios. Anywho. But for now, I'm actually in Jita. Oh, shoot. I'm now too far away from 4-4. Hold on. Is there... Actually, no, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so, but I do want to talk about something today before we get into that, which is why we're in Jita right now, which is this deal. And the TLDR of this deal, or, you know, is it's the 20% off Omega plus free skins, or please God, don't buy the Cayman skin. So as far as deals go, it is 20% off of Omega, and the skins are really nice, but there's a couple things about that. First of all, the majority of them, like, basically it's the 4 new pirate ships, so the Mecha Ball and the Mamba, the Kizriel, and the Alligator, and you can see that it escalates depending on which ones you get. So for just 1 month of Omega, you also get the Mecha Ball. So if you already pay for Omega anyways, 20% off Mega, get the Mecha Ball skin. Cool. Mecha Ball's a pretty good looking one too. The Mamba comes in at the 3 month, the Alligator jump and the Kizriel, but no Mecha Ball at the 6 month, and all of them at the 12 month. And then at 24 months, you also get the Cayman skin. Now, before we jump into anything else, let me just say that the Cayman is a faction, like a pirate faction capital. These are very expensive ships. So, like, look, the skin is really cool. Absolutely. You don't need, like, unless you have a Cayman or actually like expect to have a Cayman. Like if you're, look, I know some of you guys are wallet warriors. I know some of you guys, you know, think, okay, well, if you're buying 24 months of Eve, you might be thinking, well, I'll just get myself a, please don't get yourself a Cayman. Please. It's a bad idea for 99% of the people, okay? Like faction pirate, this is not one of those games where you can like buy your way into power. All you're doing is making a more expensive and more ridiculed loss, to be honest. So, yeah. Either way, yeah, it's 25 billion and 25 million LP just for the BPC for the Cayman. It's a very expensive ship. It's a nice ship, don't get me wrong, but you don't expect to own one. And the issue is that they're so rare that I almost would say don't even expect to sell one to anyone either, because like they are pretty expensive on the market. We'll look at that in a second. But we got to also look at how many of them sell and how many of them are on the market. In other words, how long it's going to be to sell. So, you know, if you're already going to get Omega anyways, I would argue that there's almost certainly other better skin packs. The other kicker to this, though, is that all of these skins have been sold before. I can't quite find the exact dev blog about it. Yeah, it's about the same cost as a super, but it's still just a dread. But either way, the point is, you don't want that target on your back, is what I'm trying to say. Either way. So these were all sold in December, and we're going to see that, in fact. If we jump into game, we can open up the market and see that all of these ones actually started their sale in December. So this deal was done at the right, let's see, November 21st. So that would be directly after the release of Havoc, right? And so we can see that it started out really high and then collapsed. And then in the last 6 months, it has recovered this much. But of course, it's going to collapse again. Now, it's also possibly going to take longer to recover for now, because now people know that it, or people will be thinking it'll be sold a second time. You know, like it's been sold twice now. But also, you got to remember that there's the new Skinner system. So that's a big unknown with all of this. But yeah, the price is already dropping back down. And we can see that the market data shows that there's quite a few available right now. Like on any given day, let's say this one, 11 orders were filled. So call it 30. So 3 times the amount of orders that got filled all of yesterday could be filled just right now based on what's already up here. Buy orders are way low too. So it might be worth throwing up a buy order and seeing if somebody sells to it. Who the hell knows? That would be very unfortunate. Because like the lowest it has been about 300 million. So it got up to 500 million. It's already at a pretty collapsed price. Certainly if you could get it for 70 million, but I'd even like put up one for like 100 million or whatever and hope it gets filled. But hard to say. Let's start at the beginning though. The Mecha Ball, you can see that most of the buy orders are gone now. Still lots of sell orders with them down to 100 million. Let's look at the price history. So the price history shows that it was at 125 million, but now it has gone as low as 53 million with its collapsed down to 100, and it's likely to go down further as the Mecha Ball is one of the best of those deals. And we can see that there's quite a few of them on available right now, right? The Mamba would be next. It's at actually under 100 million now. It has a price history of, it looks very similar. However, one of the things I did notice was that the Mecha Ball seemed to recover pretty nicely. It had this nice bump, perhaps as it gained some popularity or whatever. But the Mamba had, I guess, the same kind of bump, but earlier. So you could see that like about 140, 150 was like the biggest potential it has hit. But now it's back down to 100 and possibly below 100 again. So, and it collapsed all the way down to 63 last time. So you could probably pick this thing up for these buy orders are probably not unreasonable for the duration of this sale. The Kisriel has actually been pretty well. It went from let's call this 600 million all the way up to where do we even mark this? Let's call it here 1.2. So let's see what the data is at right now. 785 million with 400 million buyer orders. Man. And people are buying it at a low right now for 501, which is makes it the 4th lowest day trading for the Kisriel in history. Oh no, that's in 3 months. Hold on. No, not quite in history. It got lower. It got down to 400. The Mamba got down to 45. And the Mecha Ball got down to 30. The Alligator seems to have had a pretty decent recovery. Right? Yeah. It goes from 0.3, so 300 million, to 500 million. Okay. And now it is down to 300 million. 390 million or 70 million. So it's down to at its lowest it's ever been. It's scraping at the lowest average it's ever traded at. It might actually break the lowest point. And then finally the Cayman. Now, again, the Cayman is one of those things. First of all, I find this one really interesting here, where we see this big sell-off where 6 of the skins were, looks like, bought and then sold for like way too much and then way too little. I don't actually know what happened in this transaction. It's really weird to happen right before this sale happens. But we can see that like the lowest it's traded for is 1.12 billion. But like 4 gets sold here, 6 gets sold here. Is this actually going to sell? Hold on. 9, 10. I mean, look at how many days go by without anyone buying any of them. And then a lot of these are just one order here and there. Just remind that. June 16th, Father's Day is June 16th. Perfect time to ask your spouse and kids for Omega. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, and that's the problem is that like with the new Skinner system, the question is the long game going to satisfy you? Is the long game going to serve you well? And it does look really good. I personally, here it is on the Kisriel. I think it looks pretty sick on the Kisriel. The Mamba. I think I've got it for the Korax. The Mecha Ball. I need to get it for the Mecha Ball. And alligator. They are really nice skins, and they do have that effect that like Skinner won't be able to recreate. But yet at least. But yeah. That is that sale and the skins. You might be interested in getting them for yourself. You might be interested in, you know, whatever you're interested in. But let us warp over here and then dock up, and then I will switch over to the SoE Epic Arc. You hear any news? What other news is there? We already went over the speaker. Oh, there is an extended downtime tomorrow. So if you're watching this live, make sure to set along, you know, make sure your skill queue is set up before you go down. I think that's it for other things to talk about. I'm just scanning Reddit really quick to see if there's, I feel like I must have missed something, but at the same time, I can't think of anything. Been kind of a quiet weekend, all things considered. All right, let's see how well this works out. Hey, it worked out really well. Check it out. All right, we're going to keep going with the SoE Epic Arc. And in the meantime, go ahead and ask questions, chat, whatever. I'm new to your stream, so forgive me if there's a method to the madness, but you seem very knowledgeable. I feel like that was a setup to a question. I can't parse that sentence. I mean, like, I get all the pieces of it. Ah, there's the question. I was like, wait, is there any reason to believe the new null structures will bring -1 to 0.9 systems to -1 systems? Do I think that this is going to make systems be able to be nullsec that aren't nullsec? No, I don't think so. I see what you're saying. Will null structures change TrueSec within the null systems? No, but yeah, I think that the TrueSec of it is going to just be a part of the texture of nullsec. Like, you can't change that, but much like now, you can basically render it mostly obsolete by just having high ADMs, or in this case, the correct pirate overload thing or whatever. But yeah, I think that lower TrueSec will still be lower TrueSec. Yeah. Because, so the thing is that the TrueSec value of a system, it can be changed. CCP has changed the security status of a system before, like in Taki and Heck and Valor and such. But they don't like, even when they do that, it has some weirdness to it, to the point where I don't even think doing that to change its TrueSec would actually do anything. Because, like, even though Intaki is now a high-sec system, even not a low-sec system, it still can spawn some things like OR as if it was a low-sec system. So, yeah. Yeah. I think that it's very possible that the difference in TrueSec will be the reason why you... So, like, this might make a system that has relatively low TrueSec still valuable, because you still need the personnel and the the reagents from the planets. So that's definitely a thing. And then you might as well do something with the system. So you could customize it. Maybe a TrueSec system can be your low-sec mining system because, sorry, maybe a bad TrueSec. So I guess -0.1 TrueSec. For those of you who don't know, nullsec is actually rated all the way down to -1. So it goes, you know, -0.01, or -1, -0.1, -0.2, -0.3. Just like there's 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. It's just everything below 0 is nullsec. And this controls the quality of the rats and stuff that can spawn, like the number of havens or whatever. And so the question is whether or not we could actually alter that baseline stat. And while CCP has worked on mutating systems like that, I don't think, like, that would be a whole feature in and of itself. And I'm not going to promise that they're going to do that until they actually show doing that kind of on the regular. And so far right now, it seems like it's a giant pain in the ass for them to do it. So high drag fan for life. Heck yeah. So yeah, all I'm saying is that you could, and yeah, like it's true that iHubs can make it so it spawns a bunch of sanctums and havens, but a better TrueSec system. So it's like the difference of always having 2 sanctums spawned or only having 1 sanctum spawned in a system at a time. Like that is actually like a distinction. So like I said, I think that you could easily find other uses for those systems. Like it could be your low-sec or your low-sec ore mining system, or even your high-sec bounty system, whatever. All right, I digress. Let's go ahead and keep going. I need to talk to her. Oh, God, I always keep accepting these things before. Okay, I got to remember. I'm trying to read these things. Show info? No. See view details. Every drone in Haragret has ceased responding to signals. That doesn't happen with Federation technology unless the drones have been destroyed. Our research and development teams needs whatever components still exist in order to analyze the remains. Every drone in Haragret has ceased responding to signals. That seems far more alarming than anything I've read before about this. Our T3Cs limited to plexes the whole size up in both advanced and Navy. They are not allowed in any Navy plexes, but they are 1 tier up for hull size, for the hull size. So they can only get into large and open plexes for T3Cs, and T3 destroyers can only get into mediums and above. Oh, shoot. They should access. I've long since, they need to make it so that Aura's voice is like dynamic, like AI driven or whatever. And so that way Aura can just read to you the details. T3Cs are not necessarily outclassed, but they're very much they're mostly used in the secondary functions. So like running the observation posts, you know, killing the rendezvous sites, you know, doing that kind of stuff. The open air stuff going on in faction warfare, as it were. Oh, I'm not supposed to go there. I'm supposed to go here. I feel like the direction of AI, it wouldn't take long at all for something like that. Text-only game rigged for voice. I could be horribly mistaken, though, as well. Yeah, the arcs could redo the arcs with custom voice lines. That'd be cool. There's actually a lot of potential that they could do to, like, I honestly, I would love to see them hit the Cosmos sites, because I think there's a lot of potential in the Cosmos sites. There's a lot of value for them from doing something with them, and right now they're in a pretty sorry state. So like there's just a lot of potential for them to effectively replace it wholesale. To be fair, I think they blew too much effort on the MP, giving it voice acting when they didn't bother updating anything else in the game with voice acting. I mean, I think that the idea is that they want to march forward with that. But I could argue that, but then the epic arcs don't have voice acting now. So brr. The fact that we don't actually receive like a message at the beginning of every insurgency giving us instructions as to where our next target is as an insurgency member is kind of disappointing too. A recently established colony still depends on Federation support for items they cannot produce yet. Their last shipment of medical supplies was lost en route, and we think it may be due to rogue drone action. Regardless, this batch of supplies needs to get through. Lives are depending on it. All right. But that's why I was saying, like, if they can make it so that it's more aura talking, then if it's more aura reading it to you, then they have a lot more freedom to make it work. Even just your agent saying, "Welcome back, Edgar. We have a new assignment for you," would go a long way. I've always said that I want to see it more be like, what's it called? Like Cyberpunk, where like the fixers, depending on your like how high quality you are, an agent will contact you and try to convince you to become part of their thing. But obviously, you know, you can say no or whatever. But like, I don't know, our relationship with agents is kind of very lackluster, or there's a lot of potential to it. Anything to bring the immersion in the game to current day player would be a huge difference. Yeah, and I think that, so like in the past, players have kind of like scoffed at this because it's like, I don't want to this spam or whatever, but like you just have to tell them to F off or whatever. Like it makes sense in universe that it would happen, and it has a lot of good for anybody who does key off of that, right? And again, like it would only happen like as you do more level 4 missions or whatever, then more people will contact you. Or as you know, maybe for the first month, you know, I want to get contacted by a, you know, faction warfare recruiter and, you know, whatever, like not just give me a random thing where it's like, oh, today it says to do a faction warfare plex. I don't even know what that is. Like, what if at some point during my first month, I get a message from the FDU guy, you know, when you like, maybe within 24 hours of completing the Soldier of Fortune NPE career agent, you actually get contacted by a faction warfare recruiter. There we go. Start conversation. Complete remotely. I told you I'd help you. I'd help if you helped me. Well, the Serpentis Corporation has just kidnapped one of Creodon's top minds, Dr. Aspasia Castelli. She was analyzing those drone parts that you recovered earlier. The information she has is critical to figuring out what went wrong with the drones, but the Serpentis aren't going to let her go down with go without a fight. They're planning to take her to their installation in Harrogate. I want you to get there first, destroy their base and their ships guarding it before the transport ship arrives. Okay? Yeah. I know you get an item. You get the certificates and stuff or whatever. And that should tie into the data centers. But I mean, what I mean is that like you should have somebody come and pitch to you stuff. Oh yeah. Actually, one of the things I want to do, I've been thinking about doing a series. Oh man, I wrote down late last night. I had this thought, and I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget it. So what I was thinking is, instead of like, so the question of what is there to do in Eve is always such a challenging one, right? Because like you can just send them the message, like the things to do in Eve infographic, but A, that isn't particularly useful. But like B, it's also pretty outdated. But even the most up-to-date one, we went over it the other day, or a couple months ago, and it's pretty good. But at the same time, like, I don't think it actually helps answer the question, right? And so, and the careers, like, one of the confusions that I always run into with people that I see is that people assume that they choose one career, and it's like, no, you want to do all 5 career career agents. And I think that that's kind of confusing to people because ultimately they think that they're going to want to do like a career, right? And so when they ask the question of like, what is there to do or whatever, they often don't have any foundation to even like know what they want at the time. And so often I ask these questions of like, okay, well, do you want to do shooting things or building things? Do you want to mine, shoot things, do exploration, whatever? If you want to shoot things, do you want to shoot other players or do you want to shoot NPCs mostly? Not like long term, but just like where are you thinking about? And from there you can sort things out. So what I was thinking about is like we have these stereotypical, not necessarily career, but life paths of a New Eden person, right? Like, what does it look like for somebody who gets into wormholes? What does it look like for somebody who gets into mining? What does it look like for somebody who gets into like PvE, or or the guy who jumps from PvE to faction warfare, or the null bear that gets sucked into null block before they know anything about the game? Like, what are these experiences like? Which one of them can I choose? Knowing that the nice thing is that you can always change your life path anytime you want. That's the whole thing. But it's like, these are the kind of the tracks that people go on, right? Rushlock takes people out to do activities based on what they think they might like to do. Yeah. No, I'm not on Twitch anymore. Yeah, Rushlock is very passionate about this kind of stuff and is very cool about it. All right. I'm glad you contacted me, Kato Ash. Since you've destroyed the Serpentis research station, the transport ship headed to another location to make the transfer. Though we were able to intercept, both ships were lost in the course of the ensuing battle. However, we believe the data core containing Dr. Castelli's notes may still exist. Your task is to go to Harrogate, locate the data core, and bring it back to me. Oh, I guess she died. Be warned, all indications are that the ship was contracted by the Guardian Angels as part of their protection agreement for the Serpentis Corporation. I'm sure they'll send a ship to scan the wreckage and see what can be salvaged as well. They'll be looking for some way to recoup their part of the loss. It's cool and see him take guide to the filament, some exploration. But yeah, but I mean by that is like, I can say, okay, well, do you want to get into PvE, PvP, mining, or industry? But nobody actually answers the question of like, what does it mean to do those things? Like there's those Eve videos that CCP put out that were pretty cool that kind of like has like a player's story about why they like this kind of thing. But like, I don't know. One of the things that got me thinking about this was that like I was talking in the members meeting for this weekend for the convocation. And I was saying that like if people are interested in getting into industry, we could always use more industrialists. But one of the common misconceptions I feel that people like run into is they think that like to be an industrialist you need industry slots, right? When we say we need industry guys for an industry program, they have slots ready to go. And let me tell you, everybody has slots ready to go. That isn't what it means to be an industrialist. What it means to be an industrialist is figuring out what to build, supply chains, you know, budgeting, et cetera, et cetera. That's what it means to be an industrialist. So, you know, like, but more importantly, like, what does it actually look like? What is the progression of being a miner? What does that mean? How do you get from one place to the next? How do you step up? If you get into PvE, what are the paths you can take for PvE? How do you earn your first amount of money? Where do you go from there? What's the top end? Yeah, well, I think that the career agents do a good job, like giving you a taste of what it looks like. But I think it'd be nice for there to be like a high level explanation of what it is like what kind of things, what do you progress through, right? Like another thing was like somebody like talking about doing T2 production versus T3 production. And where the different materials and stuff come from. What are the different kinds of industrialists? How are things clumped together for in terms of industry and why? I don't know, just something I was thinking about. Career agents need to be redone. They should be explained while the person is actually doing it. Yeah, I think that the biggest problem is that like there needs to be. I still think that it needs to be something that's inside of the client. Like you can do the different tutorials for all the different things whenever you want, and it's tied together with videos and challenges and stuff. But the problem is so much that like everybody's going to need a different amount of exposure, and I think that actually one of the biggest problems isn't the career agents per se, it's that there's no follow-ups, right? Like there needs to be good tutorials for the things you step up into, I would say. Like, I think that all of the things that the career agents explain, they probably explain a pretty good job of. If anything, they try to explain everything up front. And the thing is that we know that it's good to have the tutorial when and where the person needs it. It's not good to make the player learn a whole bunch of things at the very, very, very beginning and be like, okay, now go retain it all, you know, like whatever. I think that it should just be like, oh yeah, I want to learn how to do hacking. Okay, well dock up and we'll start the hacking simulation. They do that though, Wizard. If you complete the career paths, if you complete the career programs, see, air enforcer expert system, air soldier of fortune expert system. I totally got these. Not the career programs, the career, but the career missions and the career program. It's the same thing now, right? Like, here are the career agent missions as part of the tasks to do this. I think it's perfectly fine for it to be part of the career program. You still haven't done the SoE Epic Arc once after all the... I'm never going to get it done if I keep it up at this pace. The data core you recovered has proved interesting. Before her kidnapping, Dr. Castell found several oddities in the drone components. Honestly, it's created more questions than answers for Creaton staff. As a sign of good faith, I'm going to share some information with you. Our drones are being corrupted by some other kind of drone. I need you to take some information to a friend of mine in Caldari space. They're also being suffered from a drone problem recently, and this data may be able to help him and his people. I need you to keep this quiet. Our friendship isn't exactly something we're broadcasting, not with both of our empires at each other's throats. All right, let's go. Ash, what did you think about letting the players customize Aura using the character creator? Well, the problem is that Aura is a person, right? She was based off of a singer. So it'd be pretty weird. Yeah. I did a chronicle reading of it once. Yeah, she's a singer. You just there's the chronicle called Aura. Here. Her name is Exensa 4. She had lost her voice years before during an attempt on her life, but has installed a risky voice box, which she mastered in record time. The voice box left her with a striking voice characterized by slightly metallic distortion. She was brought in for an audition and quickly surpassed expectations, giving her readings that was parts dry, slightly condescending, and mildly humored. Xena was hired and immediately began to record voiceovers for the AI. Capsulators responded to it favorably, and although additional voice and personality skins have since been developed, Aura remains a popular amongst the almost beyond measure, being found in nearly every capsuleer ship active today. Every so often, Xena needs to record new lines as the AI is updated, giving her a steady source of pay and powerful fans. The Chronicle. Oh, she a dancer. She's a poet. A poet and a dancer? I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into it again. Every time I say who she is, I'm wrong. But she is a person. Maybe I haven't read the Chronicle. Push the dance for me button and Aura does a music box spinner dance thing. Oof. I don't think she'd be cool with that. Alton Hovery from the voice ones. What about him? What about Alton Hovery? Dance monkey dance. I don't know. I could read through it. There's a long thing here. She's a Mind Clash player? Apparently she's everything but a singer. I don't know. Oh yeah, she does public speaking, voiceovers, even small speaking parts in reels. A lifetime of conflict had left her worn and aged beyond her years, which prevented her from graduating full blown stardom. Yeah. So no, she had just a very like well known voice. Barbie, even you picked the one thing she didn't do. I mean, you know, whatever. I don't know why I always think about that. I think this is not the first time that I've said this about her and like immediately identified that I was wrong. She's a K-pop idol. Exactly. No, I think I thought that she did like raunchy stuff originally. I don't know. I'm bad at this. Always double check my stuff. Hayasiota. Really? All right, whatever. Why'd I do this right as I'm jumping? That's probably a mistake. Hayasiota is, I guess, that metallic blue. Happy to catch you live. Watching your vids for all the news in New Eden. Keep up the great work. 07 to you, Jolly. Today's kind of more of a laid back day as I finish up the SoE Epic arc. So if you guys have any topics to talk about. Combine TNR meeting venue. Huh. I didn't know that was in this system. We've been dealing with the same drone corruption described by Zarasir. We've managed to contain the contaminated ones to the dead space pocket, but that's only a temporary solution. I need you to scout the situation personally. I've been trying to get updates from my colleagues in the field, but apparently she's having trouble getting clearance for outside communication. Fly over there and make sure the drones are still adequately contained. If they aren't, report back to me. Do not enter into any confrontations with the security forces attempting to contain the drones. Am I clear? Okay. Thank you, Aikuwarza-chan. Yeah, that's right. Like the stream. Do you believe that there are things that were yet discovered in this game that was meant to be found, yet the player base is still either not figured out or lost interest in it? Absolutely. 100%. I don't know how serious the facts are, and it's not like there's a feature that we never got because we never did it or something like that necessarily, but there are absolutely secrets that we could have solved by now that are in the game that we have not. Oh, cool. Yeah. So there's Ishikone, Hayasiota, and Wiakomi, which are the 3 power players of Combine TNR. It's a cool little monument, memorial thing. Monument. Landmark? Landmark. We'll go with landmark. Where in the world is Santra Kavaki? How about who is Santra? Is Master Kavaki actually Santra? I don't know if that's necessarily a discoverable fact at the moment, though. I bet you there's more things that we could piece together about the sleepers in Talican if we picked through wormhole space more, though. You need to approach Hollow Asteroid. Where? Hollow Asteroid. What? I guess that's the containment field around the rock? No, those are drone bunkers. Weird. Can you shoot survey scanners into the sun? I mean, you can shoot them at the sun. What happened if you jettison corpse next to one of the drone scanner ships? Anyone tried that? You mean the Autothysian Lancers? The Autothysian Lancers scoop up drones if they're near them. I guess I should just turn on my hardener. Or my afterburner, I should say. Arriving out of warp, it becomes immediately clear that whoever is handling security has little idea how to fight drones. Battleships patrol on the fringe of the swarm, seemingly oblivious to just how vulnerable they are without proper support from smaller vessels. Huh. Okay, so it's trying to teach you the idea that like a big ship won't do very much good against smaller ships. Just get 100 bodies and eject them into wormholes. After a while, they see you're superior and stop shooting you in space. Man, there has this. I can't remember if somebody has done it or they were just talking about doing it or whatever. But you could like Pac-Man drop the corpses in like a daisy chain and watch the Autothysian Lancer like eat them all. That'd be pretty good. I love how they're using that moment to teach people about that bit, but it's only kind of true. Man, have you ever tried to shoot those rogue drones with a battleship sometimes? If you don't have a lot of good application? It can be painful. Situation has gotten complicated. That current security deployment won't last long against those drones. The local commander, Vitamala, seems happy to just contain the drones, but that only buys the little bastards more time to escape or supplement their numbers. I need to know more about the commander and why he doesn't seem to know what he's doing. I have a friend named Nachi Karuda working for the House of Records who should have those answers. Fly over to the archives facility where she works and return to me with anything that might offer some explanation. It isn't glamorous work, but it needs to be done if we want to make an informed decision about how to proceed. So just a typical courier mission. Is the lore not them seeking bodies to place minds in their matrix back into biometric bodies? Makes me think there's more about what's been released so far. So, like, I personally think that, like, well, why exactly they're using our bodies, it's hard to say. I think capsuleers might be easy for it. I think that the drifters are using sleeper bodies because they're the easiest to take over. I feel like this time that it's important to point out that never trust a Nurgle in HiSec. We're not 100% sure why the drifters pick up capsuleer bodies, but in the video we see what appears to be them scooping up the sleeper bodies out of a hive and then waking up a drifter. It's actually because sleeper bodies are bioengineered to have a fourth lobe of the brain that they then, like, the growth of that fourth lobe is stunted and replaced by a very complex implant, which it consider to be part and completely wired in with their brain. And that's the implant that the Amar took out to make the Templars. So that very implant would make it so that a copy of the other could infect and hijack the rest of the brain potentially. That's why I said, like, I think that our bodies might be close to being compatible, but I think that they like the sleeper bodies because it's basically perfect for them. Lord Nurgle just wants to give you a little his love. Yeah, slowly ramping love. Anybody got any plans for Equinox? We're going to be cranking out those new haulers, I know that. Nothing about Equinox really affects you directly? Not even the skins? You don't like skins? Buy 2 new Metanox moon drills? They're not going to be very valuable at first, because, like, how are you going to get the reagents to run them at first? I don't know. Wait. Oh, there they are. What's a good way to get started building the new ships in Equinox? Well, so the Tech 1 base hauler, you know, just the normal minerals and other stuff. You look at any kind of Tech 1 hauler for the minerals. I imagine there's going to be an extra doodad or two, potentially, that would make it why it's 10 times as much cost. But so the Tech 1 blueprint and the freighter blueprint are going to be available pretty much wherever, in a lot of different places, I should say. So, and pretty easily available. The Tech 2, if you want to be ready, I mean, like, if you getting some faction warfare LP right now would be pretty good, because that allow you to buy the data cores for the invention. The good news is that because it's invention, you just have to make like quickly make a copy of the BPO and then invent directly off of that. The research on the BPO doesn't matter. So you just make a bunch of copies and then you run it with a decryptor, preferably one that like helps with TE or whatever, to make it so that it goes faster if you want to get them to market sooner. But then you would end up with, yeah, so that's going to take the new data cores that are from the LP store and the new skills that'll be available everywhere. And that'll get you the 2 T2 BPCs. Now, those are going to require apparently new materials. I was wrong about that, but new materials that are made from moon goo from all 4 empires. So we've got no preparation for that whatsoever. You know, if you do have the capabilities of doing reactions or whatever, you're just going to need to pick up. I don't know if these are the reaction formulas or they're going to be the final production piece out of the reaction formula. So, like, let's look at like a Guardian, right? So the Guardian takes Tesseract capacitor units, linear shield emitters, and tungsten carbide armor plates. Now, these tungsten carbide armor plates, this is Amar ships. All Amar ships use tungsten carbide armor plates, right? The T2 kind. So, like, T2 plates, T2 hardeners, and Amar T2 ships all take these tungsten carbide armor plates. However, the Triglavian ship, the Zarmaz, does as well. So all of the T2 Triglavian ships require different materials, right? So this stuff gets made from tungsten carbide and synthetic fibers, and this is a reaction. Right? Is this a reaction? No, it's not. It's a blueprint. Is it a blueprint? Is it a blueprint or reaction? About to scare people? Yeah, no kidding. No, is this a reaction? Let's see. Nope, it doesn't. Completed component. So this just uses a normal industry. Oh yeah, manufacturing job. There you go. So yeah, you're going to require these goo, like these products. This is what gets reacted, right? We see this. These are the moon goo materials. So you mine from different moons, different materials, and then they go together to make these T2 components. And these T2 components go into all of these other, the actual parts. And then these are what goes into the ship. So, like, here is crystalline carbonide armor plate blueprint. And that is used to make Galente ships, right? So the same ceramic fibers or whatever gets used in both Galente armor and Amar armor, for example. So we're going to see potentially new of these finished components is what I think is going to be happening, like a new kind of armor plate, as opposed to not new reactions per se, I don't think. But either way, whatever these are, you build or buy the parts, and then you still have to build the Tech 1 one. So that's the only other reason why you might want to research the BPO. But in the end, you just make the T1 into the T2, and that's how that works. So here, let's actually follow the chain with like So a crane is made from a badger. So a badger, BPO, pretty cheap. You then turn it into copies. You can then use that to invent. That's going to require molecular engineering and Caldari Starship engineering. So this is going to require, instead of Caldari Starship engineering, it's going to take Upwell Starship engineering, right? And then you can have a decryptor, and the decryptor chooses, changes what the BPO's result is going to be. This is a very crash course, okay? So then you can actually choose, if I remember correctly. Can't you choose? I thought you could choose which one your research. No, wait, is that not true? Hold on. Maybe not true for this one. Is it because they're two different base ships? It's because they're two different base ships. That's why. Right. Okay. So so actually a better example would be like the retribution. So, but either way, we're going to have, actually, let's show that real quick. This is a prediction. Because they have the same Tech 1, it's going to be like this. Where when you go to invent it, you have to choose, are you going to invent a retribution or are you going to invent a vengeance? Okay, so in this case, it'll be like, do you want to invent a torrent or do you want to invent a squall, right? No, squall's the Tech 1. I don't remember the other one. So, but that brings us back to this. So then you get the copy, and you're going to need the Tech 1, some RAM, some Morphite, probably some construction blocks, and a series of doodads like this, like some armor plate, some shield, some type of sensor cluster, etc. Now, which of these are going to be new doodads versus old doodads? I assume there's going to be some sort of missile launcher system, etc., to kind of show those things on here. But yeah, that's going to be how you build the Tech 2. And then the freighter is just like any other freighter. So we can look at the Charon. Now the Charon. So these are different capital pieces. Now you could actually start building most of these capital pieces yourself, and they're all going to be kind of the same no matter what. Like the capital propulsion system, capital armor plates, cargo bay, construction parts. And I think that we've seen the actual build plans for the freighter. I think I covered it in the last stream. If not, you can go back and watch their stream for it. But I don't know about the Neuralink conduits. That's probably going to be a newer doodad if there's a new Upwell one or something. But a lot of this stuff you could probably have pre-built. Deluge, thank you. The only one that has big unknowns for us is the Tech 2s, the Deluge and the Torrent, when it comes to the build cost. I guess, no, that's not true. The Squall, we're not 100% sure what's going to make it worth so much. All right, the situation we have is a delicate one. We can't go after Vitamala directly, even though he doesn't really have a clue what he's doing. He's too well connected to displace without good reason. I expect this sort of thing from the Galente, but not the state. A man achieves rank because of his hard work and dedication, not because his father has friends in the bureaucracy. Somebody else can help with this situation, a true warrior and a dutiful servant of the state. The first difficulty is freeing up his schedule. You can handle that part. I can deal with the paperwork for his reassignment. He's currently on deployment in a nearby system, busy dealing with the mercenary forces we believe to be funded by the Grissus pirates. If you can take out all of the Grissus ships, I can arrange to have him reassigned to the drone problem. Wait, what? In a nearby system? He's in this system. They might make new FTL component for the Avalanche too. Those are more Empire specific. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that kind of stuff. But also remember, the things that make it unique is like its launcher and its industry bay, so or infrastructure bay. So those may be represented somehow. I wouldn't be surprised if the Avalanche took took launcher hardpoints, like the I guess the Caldari Titan. I don't know. The Dreads have the siege arrays. I don't remember. I don't know that much. You ever think she'll get a body like Iris? Like a physical body? I doubt it. I mean, she already can like hologram manifest. Phoenix, maybe. Well, yeah, but like that's a siege. Hold on. Leviathan takes. Launcher hardpoint. Capital launcher hardpoint. There you go. And what about like a Cerberus? I don't see anything that's like a special launcher hardpoints. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Phoenix has both. Well, okay. I knew I wasn't saying that it didn't have launcher hardpoints. My point was is that I wanted to check on the Leviathan because I knew if anything didn't have siege hardpoints, it would be the Leviathan. Never mind. Thank you. Also, well, like I said, we have the Avalanche's cost requirements, or at least a pretty good idea of it, because they showed them on stream. I'm pleased to inform you that everything went smoothly with the transfer. One of the first things our new commander did was request a frigate and cruiser backup for his fleet. They should be capable of defending themselves if the drones try to fight their way out. Damn Vitamala. He wasn't coordinating with the Navy's Emergency Logistics Division. There's a colony nearby that missed a shipment of farming subsidies thanks to the chaos caused by these drones. If we don't make the delivery ourselves, then we risk an entire agricultural economy. Once you take these goods over to our fleet, they'll deal with the rest. We can finally turn our focus towards the underlying cause of all these problems. You'll need at least 150 M3 of cargo space to make the delivery. Keep that in mind. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, we do have screenshots of that. Well, yeah, but I mean, they showed it and they pretty confidently. I'd be very surprised, especially since there hasn't been any outcry. There doesn't seem to be any reason for them to change it from what they showed. Yes, they did. Like, obviously, it's all possible to change, but that's what I'm saying is that like a lot of the times it doesn't, and there hasn't been like a big outcry or anything. There's no reason why it would necessarily be changed. Have you made any decisions about? I will say this, like, Malik has been going out there a lot more, like as an individual, and he got some pretty good fights and had a good time. One of the things I was suspecting is that, like, if you're in a group of 3 or more, then you're just another one of the fleets, and that makes it even worse. So maybe only 1 or 2 people in a group. Oh shit, I didn't read the message. Oh well, whatever. Put the thing in the storage container. CSM has hinted about adjusting certain things. Build cost might be one of them. It's true. They might decide that the freighter needs to be more expensive. 07, Amy. Oh my gosh. Hi, Amy. Yeah, I mean, it's not hopeless. It is annoying. But we're still going to be out there doing stuff. I think the next insurgency starts tomorrow. Or late tonight, rather. Complete remotely. Yes, I just received word from the colony. This should be able to stick to their production schedule, which is great news. Thank you. You've done the Caldari people a great service today. Normally, local security forces would want to handle this drone threat themselves, but they're willing to contract the job out to a capsuleer. You have to go in alone while our fleet holds the line. I suggest you take some friends into the fight. The drones have always been growing in number as more corrupted and somehow find their way into the swarm. Once you've neutralized this threat, you should search the wreckage for something that will help your investigation. So, neutralize enemy drones inside the quarantine area. I think that's here, right? No? Wait. There's a different set of drones I need to go kill? Not these guys? Okay. Fraternity should be busy in Null going forward. Defending Skyhooks is going to be a constant headache for a while. Yeah. If I have anything to say about it. McGruber getting out there and getting solo fights. So yeah, the invited, one of the things that we were thinking about doing with the invited is offering like 1,500 or 2K per LP and then put like a tax so that way like 20% of your LP just goes and you get paid out for it. This is the same. I had to warp to a different copy of the same site. Is that what happened? Already sitting in the fob in a sewer. Yeah, it starts in 6 hours. Yeah, right now they can stage, right? It makes you go back again. That's so dumb. Why do they make me burn 100 kilometers? Should have brought a microwave drive. It's an old mission, wasn't very sophisticated. Yeah. Excuses. Come on. Get some. It does not get old one-shotting things. It doesn't matter. Although I will say that one-shotting battle cruisers in like a Marauder is really fun. Like I said, I wouldn't mind them doing the redoing the mission system, but I think that they definitely need to redo. Like they could start by completely replacing the Cosmos agents, just because there isn't much there to salvage besides like its broadest strokes. You know, they could even advance the storyline a little bit if they wanted to. Nice flying, pilot. That's the last of the drones taken care of. Feel free to inspect the wreckage if you like. I just received an official transmission for you from the Sisters of Eve. Looks like they got a new lead for you to chase up anyways. There's nothing in the wreckage. They got rid of drone goo, so there's nothing in the wreckage. Thanks, guys. Suddenly Ash becomes super nitpicky about the Sisters of Eve epic arc. I mean, so far this is basically doing what I remembered it doing, which is like this. It's basically a tour of the empires. It's giving you an opportunity to go and talk to each of the empires in kind and kind of get a feel for what they're all about. Even to do that, they need to keep in mind what they plan to do in other places, because a redone mission system is something that would touch all PvE and Eve. Yeah, I think that redoing Cosmos agents and then also redoing just all of the normal rats in space would be interesting. Like belt rats and stuff. Thank you for taking care of the drone problem. The capsular like you may not consider it a bigger blah, 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 blah. Who cares? I've just been contacted by Sister Alatura. She wants you to get back in touch with her right away. Here, take this transponder beacon with you. That way I can know that you arrived safely. Yeah, give them better AI. Give them more realistic AI. Not make them necessarily stronger. We don't need them all to be diamond rats. But just make it so that they behave correctly to E-War. And, you know, update them so that way they can do cooler stuff with them, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, if E-War apply... Yeah, like the newer rats do allow you to E-War them. Newer rats do allow a lot of basic E-War, where older rats don't. That's the biggest thing that you would get from replacing the old rats with new rats. I've got hair caught in a way that's messing with the back of my neck. So, also, by the way, one of the things that I learned is that if you have a destination set, your opportunities, you'll find all of the opportunities along that route. So like, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, this is a bad example, but hold on. The point is that if you set I did this to get opportunities for like home fronts. I was able to find home fronts that were further away because if you set a destination to something, like here, I can see a site that's 5 jumps away when normally you couldn't. So if I go Dixie and set destination to it, you'll see that, yeah, what shows up is different. And I can see where Orphe, the site that Orphe has, because, yeah. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that about opportunities window. Taking an NPC down with D-scan and tackling it so it can't warp away. Yeah. I mean, that's basically what the raid is for, right? The home front. I mean, it works with Anom. Well, Anoms can't be seen more than one jump away, though. That's the problem. That's the only reason why it wouldn't show it. They're intentionally not showing anything more than one jump away. And by the way, that's not a change for the opportunities. That's how opportunities have apparently always worked. I just found out about it. Oh, hey. While we're here, let's go check out the Alliance Tournament monument. So every year, well, there have been some years that they haven't done it, but basically annually, there is a giant tournament for the alliances. This is where a bunch of, you might hear about the AT ships, which are these super rare, super powerful ships that like only 50 of them exist. And here in Monarch is the site of the Alliance Tournament statue and the 12 different winners of the Alliance Tournament in order. See, this year we got Fraternity. So yeah, this is a pretty cool place. Just one of the landmarks you can find in the game, in Monarch, in Concord space. Let's move on. I've not noticed my anoms change based on my route. Maybe that's because I checked them in the agency. I think so. If they get a full circle, will they just make it bigger? That is a problem that they want to have. Wait, what? Didn't know this was in game. Always used to Google to find out who won them. When? Actually, hold on. Now I want to go back real quick because I think don't all of the monuments say what year they won? Let's go look, or what tournament at least they won. I assume that you could just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But I wonder if they actually say it on the statue. There's also, hold on. There's also, isn't there AT items? Yeah. You want to look them up? Here you go. There's all of the winners. There's different items. All the way up to 15. Which, of course, there's more now. Yeah, see? 16th Alliance Tournament. Vidra Reloaded. Tempest Calcif. Alliance Open. Oh, this is the Alliance Open. This isn't even an Alliance Tournament. This is the Alliance Open. That's a different one, right? And then the Alliance Tournament, Hydra Reloaded. Truth, Honor, Light. 19th Alliance Tournament, Fraternity. Cool. What is it about Monarch? Why is the monument there? Well, like this is all the Concord area, right? Like this is Concord space. I can't remember why exactly they put the monument in Monarch, but that's just like always been kind of I think that they just put it there. Concord put it there. Hold on, let me look. Let's see. I'm at Eve Travel's website about the Alliance Tournament Monument. Let's see. I don't think that this will say, but it does say that here's the writing on the statue. Throughout history, humanity has struggled for survival, fortune, and glory. The fight to exceed nature's limits continue, but often the combat is within and between ourselves. While the need to hunt for food is long behind us and life itself is seldom a daily struggle for survival, we still crave for the fearful rush that comes with the imminence of death. There is both terror and majesty in combat, for the steel sword to the wooden shield of ancient conflicts to the masses of kilometers-long spacecrafts, unleashing firepower to equal that of entire planetary wars. No matter the tools, no matter the arena, all clashes of arms meet and fulfill the same purpose, the need to fight and the determination to win. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure if the Independent Gaming Commission is like based in Monarch or something. Nope, this doesn't suggest a location. Oh well. I think just Orphe, the other places already had something special about them, maybe. I don't know. I know that it takes place in Joe Space, but lore-wise, where does it take place? You know, well, I mean, like, that's a weird thing, right? Because, like, canonically, it would have to be taking place in Joe Space, but at the same time, I think maybe, I mean, arguably it would be happening in Monarch, maybe? I don't, look, that is beyond my pay grade. The rogue drone you and I both want has been spotted in a dead space pocket near one of our stations, building a swarm of drones. I think it's going to try and destroy that station. There are 15 people on that expedition. Bring them all back home safely. You have a chance here to save some lives and deal with the drone once and for all. Next, you're going to be asking me to find a canonical reason why fraternities in Jovian space. Locations are above your pay grade, but somehow everything else is about this universe is not. Hey. What I'm saying is that, like, resolving things like the fact that they're using Joe space. I mean, there's a certain point where you just say hand wave, call it good. Rogue drones are high-tech drones that have the ability to manufacture themselves. Rogue drones hives have been found throughout the universe of Eve and are constant menace of space travel. Threat level moderate. Wait. So wait, hold on. The frigate is threat level very low, but the little drone thingy is moderate. Hold on. The frigate is worth less than the little tiny phages. Interesting. I would have never guessed that. Somehow the ones with a drone icon are worth less and are less scary than the ones... I should probably lock things. We're living in a simulation. Concorde's lying to us. Hey, that's my line. Let's go. God, I hate the fact that the bracket visibility switches to show by tab instead of show all. Like it keeps, even if I set it, it doesn't, like it'll reset it. Let's go. Let's get out of here. How far through this am I? Less than halfway through? Sweet. Need a separate tab system for brackets? Just remember when I set it to show all. I always want it to show all. I just want it to show all brackets. Unless I explicitly tell it not to for a period of time. Can that be the default? I have a plan to help track down the rogue drone down. Up until now, we haven't had a chance to get a good look at the damn thing, but the good news is that one of my sisters was able to get holo pics and scans of the drone that will help us track it down. The bad news is that she's doing missionary work near Garissa Space. She can't broadcast the data to us without raising suspicion from the pirates, so she's going to leave a canister with the data as close to the edge of space as she can. I need you to get that data and bring it back to me. Okay. I can see why some people want special bracket settings for their fleet fights. Yeah, that's true. That's fine. Can I just set a default? You know, like I can set default compact to for all my windows. I just want it to save it as show all and not make me have to change it every time I log in. If it's resetting, that's kind of weird. Yeah, it just keeps, like, I have to set it like multiple times. If the client quality life improvement, if the client remembered them, like which chat channel you were on in a stack when closing the client. That's a good one too. I just want the ability to set an audio cue for when somebody talks in a chat channel. Or like if somebody mentions my name in a chat channel or something like that. Like I want the option to have an audio cue. Not everybody's going to need it, but like I could just, there's so many messages I don't have because there's no audio cue when a new message pops up or when a new message in a private chat, like it's said or something. I don't know if I'm missing something. I think there's a setting since mine is always on by default. Look, I just know that I have to set this all the time. I don't know what causes it to reset. I just need like a little ping, like every other chat client I have. And like it would allow me to, because I have my headphones on all the time. So like I can, and like I can tell the difference between a Telegram message and a Discord message and a Slack message. And so like depending on what I'm doing for those different communication lines, I can tell like by the notification sound what type of chat I'm getting. Would it be okay, toss-wise, to have an app that watches the chat logs and an audio cue like you all day? I think if you somehow were able to do it with the actual text logs that get saved automatically, then yes. Just like Peld. Because like Peld is based off of... Peld does it somehow. Yeah, because there's because there's like a damage log. Yeah, it could theoretically work, but man. Yeah, I guess we have to make it. I'd have to look into like how often the file gets updated and how you could detect that. Like, I don't know how Peld reads off of theirs. Is Peld open source? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, like, there are chat logs. I'm sure somebody's worked on this before. The Scope Development Studio. Peld is open source? Well, then yeah. Could, in theory, figure out how they're reading the file. I'm picking something up, aren't I? Yep. Taco's text channel based on live audio alerts. There you go. Yeah. It seems like such a simple thing to have in client, you know? And some people are like, oh, I don't want to get pings from your chat, like in chat, blah, blah, blah. Because you only think about chat as being like Jita local or something. But, I'd love to get a ping if somebody mentions me in rookie chat. So that way I can like be more attentive. Or especially if somebody sends me a DM. It sucks when like a DM window gets behind another window. So I never even notice it. And then I go and look at it. It's like, oh, that chat has been canceled. It's like, ah, now I have no idea what he's going to say, whatever. Sucks. And none of these third parties would help with that because I don't think there's a log made if you haven't accepted it yet. Man, how would that work with logs, with chat logs? Because with damage logs, I don't know. Either way. DM notification would be super nice. Yeah. I mean, I don't even need it to be too sophisticated. I just need to be able to like right click and be like turn audio options or like auto pings on or something. Or like I'd even make it so that it pings if I see Ashrothi in local because people are always saying hi to me and sometimes I miss them. Yeah, change is where like a sound when local changes. Like that's the so that goes back to my age-old complaint, which is that local chat is a chat client, not an intelligence tool, and CCP should actually make a real intelligence system that is designed for instead of defaulting to a chat client and its arbitrary rules. Because now suddenly like the rules that govern a chat client are suddenly very important because of their quote unquote strategic value, which is like not what they were built for. All right, let's keep going. While you were acquiring the data, I found 2 leads. One is a Glente reporter who claims to have tracked the drone after you were near the food relief station. Another is a Caldari mercenary spy who says he has a formula that can help you scan for the drones. Both offers are time sensitive and you must pick one now. I leave this choice to you. Who do you pursue? A scope reporter named Corin Ricia managed to get some tracking data off the drone 2 days ago. The holos, you got allowed him to confirm that's the same drone. He's willing to sell us the data in exchange for extracting him from the Mortis Legion outpost. Mortis Legion are generally an honest group, but for some reason, Ricia needs to get out of there ASAP. He thinks the Legions want to kill him. Go to Morty's outpost and contact Corin Ricia. He's afraid for his life, so expect anything. Or, before we get the mercenaries' help, we need to get him out of a jam. This guy goes by the name of Wolf Bergen. Yeah, it's stupid, but I'm willing to cut him a slack because he's a damn good tracker. Wolf's been all over the universe and hunted damn near everyone at some point. You don't get that good without making a few enemies. Right now, the Serpentis want his heads in a bad way. Wolf may be a great captain, but he's not a capsuleer. If he croaks, there's no resurrection. The Serpentis know that. We're going to use this to our advantage. Thanks to the previous indictment, the local law at a nearby station has a sample of Wolf's DNA. You should have no trouble getting access to it by virtue of being a capsuleer. Bring me Wolf's DNA sample and I can hatch my crazy scheme. I like tracking the queen better. Like, this one sounds more likely to be like a real thing, and I'm saving the real person. I'm going to save that. I'm going to accept tracking the queen. What upcoming game additions are you looking forward to the most? I mean, definitely the Skinner system. just because that's a whole new pastime. That's a whole new thing to do while idling around, you know? But I'm also, honestly, I'm very... I think that the thing I'm more excited about for this next month is the upcoming Vanguard playtest. Because I think that that's where we see a lot of the potential of where Vanguard's going. We can see what their progress is. And, you know, it's going to give us a much better lens into that project. Plus, it's pretty fun. And I kind of can't wait to see the next iteration of it. So, yeah. Have you concerns about the new skin system being resolved, like the unable to sell specific people, etc.? The thing is that those things will solve themselves eventually, right? Like opportunities. When opportunities first came out, we wanted it to be our new buyback program, but like given the fact that we couldn't offer ISK rewards for it, it just couldn't be our buyback program. So we dabbled with it, we experimented with it, but it wasn't until the next expansion or whatever, when they put in that additional functionality, that we were able to actually do what we wanted with it. So it's going to be very much the same, I think, worst case scenario. So, you know, that's why I said, like, yeah, dabbling with it, maybe selling a few of the skins, you know, making, if all you ever wanted was a black skin with red trim or something like that, then yeah, by all means, go for it. But like those grand ideas of like a whole like uniform or whatever, I would wait those out. So no, I'm not overly concerned, just because I know that this is kind of like whatever they have at the moment. What? Wait, what? Where did my... Weird. I don't have a mission for this one? I mean, it's there. Hold on. Why weren't you being tracked? Weird. CCP is pretty good about iterating on features. Wow, I can't believe you said that, Jeff. That is so wild to me. Not that you're untrue, but like that. Oh, they used to be well known for never iterating on things. So yeah, they have actually gotten a lot better about it. Some are upset that the Plex tax is kind of high. Thoughts? I think that I think that the 30% Plex tax is extremely skeezy if there's no other way to transfer stuff. The thing about 30% tax is the only thing it really does is make it so that it adds 30% to the minimum that you're able to like sell it for, right? Because you're just going to turn around and like increase your amount, right? So if you paid 110 Plex, you're not going to sell it for 110 Plex because of the 30% tax. You're going to sell it for at least 150 Plex, right? And so that's just what it means, is that it's just a forced difference between doing it yourself and buying it through the market that will kind of be there. That's all that is, as far as I'm concerned. It does make an interesting Plex sink in a world in which they need Plex to be taken out of the system because they're adding new Plex in from the login rewards, but I also think that login reward is stupid, so there's that. Hey, what's up, Mad Hunter? That was close. At least Corin's out of danger for the moment. We really want the tracking data for this drone. Luckily, he hid the data in a secure place. Can I trust you to take him to his hideout in a nearby station so he can transfer the data? Buying and selling information takes time, you know? Let's go. We also aren't 100% sure it's going to be a 30% tax. That's based on one clip from the video. So I don't think we've seen any official notes about that. Although I've said it a lot of times and CCP's never corrected me. So there's that. But then again, I don't know if anybody at CCP that would correct me watched the show on the regular, so maybe not. We'll have to see on Friday. I want to hear from a bunch of nullsecers that nullsec is so much more interesting and lively now. Like, that's it. If we can get that, that'd be pretty cool to hear, right? Did you say something last month about MCT certificates, the item for sale? I believe so, yeah. I can't remember the exact context we were talking about, but it was one of the sales that they had. I don't remember. Oh yeah, there's a patch note stream on Friday, for sure. I mean, knock on wood for sure, but almost certainly. One of the other things I think is really interesting is that, like, because you can see all of the information in space, like going into an area, a group's nullsec area, and just looking around and piecing together their infrastructure, figuring out where would be a good place to strike and, you know, where their vulnerabilities are, I think would be really, really, really cool. What am I hoping to see in Vanguard for June? New map, progression. Mostly just like the progression, the idea that, like, I want to see what kind of things that we're going to be able to get as far as like customization. Oh, we got to go back all the way back to her. Wasn't there suit customization planned? Yeah, well, so like there's weapon skins because they're giving us three of them or whatever, two of them. But it sounded like there was going to be like there's loadouts, whether or not that's suit loadouts or weapon loadouts or whatever. Like, what they've said about it has been very muddy, so I don't want to say any definitive statements about that. Like how deep that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm kind of interested to see what exactly are we getting as far as like customization and progression goes. And that's why is it like really we've just been playing the exact same thing for 6 months as they've been working on phase 2, right? And so phase 2 is starting this month. That's why I'm excited about it, because then we get to see the difference in progress between phase 1 and phase 2. They had 3 guns, but I'm not sure if we're getting all of them. No, those are all the same gun. Those are just skins. If you look at the actual guns themselves, they're identical, like, guns. All of the pieces are in the same place. The Edencom, the Arcombine, and the standard one are just skins. I was looking at it for clues about, like, weapon customizations, so... Oh, they have 3 different created, but... well, yeah, I think they have more than 3, at least, conceptualized. Because, I mean, you can just copy from dust. The Mimitar gun is the most basic one, right? And it also offers the most flexibility with the ability to change rounds like that. So it makes sense that they start with that one. That's fair. What I'm saying, Jeff, is that they have a lot to pull from, and they have ideas for what it all means. I don't know. They wanted 4, but they had the last one made, so we only got 1. Yeah. So yeah, that's my point. Is that like, what exactly all are we getting next month? It seems like it could be a pretty big deal, but it'll give us a good idea as to like what track are we on when it comes to or not Dust, but Vanguard development. It should also help forward the plot line, right? Now that we have the data, we can deliver it to a more secure, untraceable Sisters of Eve location. If you could take the data to Arnon, I would appreciate it. Don't worry, it's completely safe. You'll be fine. How close to done are you with the SoE arc? Like halfway, less than a little bit over halfway. Same tile set from what I understand. Wait, what? What do you mean by the same tile set? Like for the new map? I've been teaching myself Unreal instead of playing Vanguard the last couple of tests. What's up, Smile for the internet? Man, I've been tempted. Like, there is actually a game jam either just about to go on or whatever. Man, I've been really tempted to do like an Unreal development game jam. Oh. Well, there is some new stuff. Like there's the new fauna and swamplands. But take the drone tracking data, Arnon, drop it off in the requested dead space location. Oh, there it is. Unreal. Yeah, Unreal. I mostly develop in Unity. But, you know. What fauna? Flora? Flora. Flora. Sorry, flora, not fauna. I always say fauna. Have you done another game recently? I haven't, man. I haven't done actual game development in a while now. That's why I'm kind of itching to do it. But making this content has taken up a lot of my creative time. That and I really want to work with someone. This encapsulator took Rissa from us. Get him! Based on the data you provided me, blah, 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 blah. Get out! Sister Alatura is located where the drone is headed. Do whatever it takes to destroy it. Unity guy, huh? Think about the new payment plan, paper install, and all that mess. There's a reason why I am thinking about trying out Unreal. I mean, Unity, so, like, I have a strong love for Unity in general. But, like, yeah, they're making that harder and harder to maintain. It's just, it's so nervous. They're doing their best to prove why open source is the way to go when it comes to licensing. You can develop on Carbon now. That's true, but Carbon isn't the same kind of thing. You could probably do Carbon and, like, you could probably make a Carbon plugin for, like, Unreal, maybe. Well, actually, probably that's true. Yeah. They're still doing some kooky stuff. Indeed, someone has already made a thing that makes a noise when you're mentioned in chat. Eve chat notifier. Ah! I gotta find that. Hey! Tranquilla with 5 gifted subs on behalf of Ragtag Pro, Wildcore, Daniel Font, Donovan, and Adam, and of course myself, Tranquilla. Thank you so much for your support. Train is okay. Like sockets and dust cosmetically. The drone is escaping. Ah! The terrain is okay, and yeah, some, but I mean reasons for us to be on the maps. Like sockets and dust had no actual use besides cosmetically in universe buildings. Yeah. Well, like, we got the story about the bowhead being shot down, so that's what I'm saying, like, the deathless plot needs to move forward. I want CCP to give us a city builder so we can build dynamic maps. I mean, dynamic maps would be really cool. I still like the idea of, like, based on a PI colony, but I still really love the idea of fighting inside of citadels and other upwell structures. So that way people can, like, customize the interior of their structures and then run around and fight in them. You can set, like, traps and stuff. Mysterious drone got shot down. Hold on. And I forgot to put on audio, so there you go. Now you got audio. Yeah, we definitely need to fight in stations too. Players have captured stations rather than just blow them up. Structures, not stations, but yes. Fire! So if you can see, most of my shots are grazing. That isn't actually because I'm having a bunch of grazing shots. It's because it rolls all 8 individual guns, but then maps that total to the possibility space. So, in other words, if I start missing with a bunch of turrets, then that lowers the average pretty significantly, because it's a 0 shot. So if you're missing with any of your turrets at all, you're going to get a lot more grazes and glances off, and you're only going to get penetrations and smashes if, like, a whole bunch of all of your turrets or most of your turrets are hitting, and most of them are hitting pretty well, or at least one wrecking shot. And you're only going to get a wrecking shot if all 8 of your turrets wrecking shot at the same time. That's why you get a lot more wrecking shots as a Triglavian pilot than as a destroyer. Is for a destroyer to get a wrecking shot, all 8 turrets have to wreck at the same time. Now, if individual turrets wreck, that still counts, but that just changes where it's at in the total possibility space. Like, some shots might miss, some shots might wrecking, and that ends up being an average of, like, a hit or a glancing or a penetrating or whatever. Procedural structures would be interesting. Different missions, different sections of a station. It would be, like, one of the big questions is, like, how much variety is there going to be with maps? And like, if they're going to have these things happening all over the place, are they just going to, like, are they going to be handcrafted maps, or are they going to be procedurally generated maps in the end, right? Like, these are definitely questions to ask. If they're handcrafted, how many of them are we going to have? Are you going to just fight on the same, in the same map in, like, it doesn't matter what planet it's on or something? That'd be kind of weird. Dagon was the pilot leading the fleet that the drones first destroyed, and a known terrorist. He was supposed to be dead. It's very important that he is made dead. The sisters consider this a top priority. Dagon is heading for a system in Mimitar space. He can't have gone far. I'll connect you with Kaita Eslin, advisor to the Kursural tribe. She can help you track down Dagon. I've been in Mimitar space quite a few times myself. It's not so bad there, but just be careful where you wander and what you say. There's a way of doing things that can be a little rough around the edges at times, but I've never known a Mimitar to not get the job done. In case you don't know, the Kursural can be a little sly. Just make sure that this one looks after your interests, too. Still, I'm sure you can handle yourself. Okay, well, let's go to heck. They could go the Warframe route if they want to do both handcrafted and procedural. I guess, yeah. But Warframe even still suggests that it's like only these limited planets, right? So does each step of the epic arc give reputation with the corporation subgroups, and just the final reward is a big boost to one faction? Correct. You get normal standings boost with Sisters of Eve and such for doing the normal for each of the missions, and I think you even trigger like an SoE epic, or like a not an epic but a storyline agent. But the big reward is at the very end when you choose which one you want it to be. I'm going to go check my phone just to make sure everything's copacetic. Never mind. For some reason, I thought it'd be a good idea to put my Stradios on my phone because I needed it a little bit higher. I did not think that one through. No emergencies so far. Cool. The maps in Warframe are always shuffled even if you do the same mission. Well, yeah, but like Warframe missions are much more linear a lot of the time, whereas these are like open territories that are designed to be static sites that you can come back to. Potentially. I don't know. I have been playing, like, speaking of procedural planets to try to make a big universe be populated that failed, or that, not failed, fail's a bad word, but, like, that has struggled with it. I've been playing Cyberpunk 2077 this last week, quite a bit, finally. I got around to playing it, and man, is that just a better Starfield, in my opinion. City builder dynamic maps. Yeah. I mean, I've always wanted PI to be like a deeper thing. Like how you build up your areas, and like I'd always wanted that to be a lot more like complex and evolutionary. You know, have your factories kind of change over time as opposed to just plopping it down and running the thing and then ripping it up and plopping it down and running the thing. But like I want to see like continual investment in building it up and up and up. But and then being able to go on ground to it. That was always kind of the dream with Dust. But we never even got close to that. Build it up, then nuke it for more, but yeah, exactly. Like, what if upgrading your factories and stuff took time? Like your facilities? And like establishing the routes or whatever? To the point where... And like... One of the things I don't like is like the idea of like a byproduct, you know? We don't really see that in PI at all, which would be kind of cool. Where like, oh yeah, this byproduct, and now you got to figure out a use for the byproduct as well. I feel there's just so much like little... I mean, there's so many fun little games, like everything from like Factorio to Satisfactory and whatnot, that shows like that basic kind of optimization puzzles are pretty fun. Learning to shoot straight was my dream in Dust. My biggest struggle with Dust was that I wanted to fly. I loved the drop ships, and the fact that a person using free equipment could shoot down the most expensive thing in the whole game was really a problem for me. Like, when I did good, the entire enemy team, like increasing numbers of the team, would just be running the free Stinger missiles or whatever. And so, like, they didn't do a ton of damage to me, but they could knock me to the side and knock me into a building. And they certainly made it harder for me to like do buzz runs. And then everybody's just fighting with free equipment. And and if I make a single mistake, I'm losing like a 12 millionist thing. Which in Dust, that was a lot. Yeah, doing orbital bombardments was really fun. That was probably the most fun about Dust. I am about to start chapter 5 out of 7. Boy, am I going to finish this today? I think so. I think so? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, they say it right. Well, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 23? 23, I think. Will be great to implement orbital bombardments again, then also be able to shoot ships with weapon and placements like the shooter. As I've said before, I really like the idea of like fighting over structures, with carriers being necessary with support fighters in order to deploy like new clones, raiding parties. I gotta say, it was always really fun to, as a PC Master Race player, like orbital bombard all of the, you know, console peasants. It gave us a lot of LP too. It was a great source of LP. That'd be a good role for a carrier. Yeah, exactly. That's why I suggested that originally. You could have a clone reanimation unit on the carrier, and that provides a certain number of clones for those for the raiders inside. So that way, if you could destroy or push off the carrier, they lose their access to their backup clones. I'm sure I do too. Yeah. Some Dust 514 kills. Heck yeah. Has anybody heard about this? Somebody today came to me this morning and it said that he's been in Pochvin all morning killing Edencom and didn't lose any Edencom standings with them, so they didn't gain any Triglavian standings at all. Has anybody else experienced this recently? Is that a new thing? Or did he make a mistake? It would be really cool for there to be, like, a mission where it's just, like, defend this area, right? And then other players will have the mission to go and get the thing or whatever. But, like, it really could, like, a mission that gets people to set up and camp the area. And, like, overwatch the area. I think that could be cool. Wasn't getting progress on my dailies the other day, but when I logged in the next day, the progress was there. Huh. Maybe that could happen with standings, too? But, like, when I had him look up his Edencom standings, it wasn't even showing because he had never changed his Edencom standings once. And he'd been, quote, killing them all morning. So I don't know. I don't know. Set up a camp like an Arma. Yeah, I think because, like, the idea of, like, I don't know, like, that as a scout, that's always been kind of my thing. Like, okay, being able to watch over an area, and if I see, like, then I do an orbital bombardment, you know? Like, that's what I see an orbital bombardment being useful for, is that you have a point of interest that you're supposed to be, like, either guarding or luring them into or whatever, and then you have another point where you know where that is on the map, so then you have that, be able to dial it in on your thing, and then when you see somebody go into that little area, you call for the strike, and they get killed. Like, that feels like that's how airstrikes should be, or orbital strikes can be used. No. Wait, what? Hold on. The missing capsuleer you're looking for has been quite busy recently, and I'm sure you'll be interested to hear. The Carousel tribe became aware of his actions a couple days ago when he was caught smuggling something out of Mimitar space. We've seen a few of his accomplices since then, shifting back and forth between Mimitar and Amar borders. You want the information? We want the information. Help us track down his friends, and we'll help you any way that we can to find your capsuleer. Your first step will be to scout out one of their major smuggling hubs and report back what information you can about the strength of their security forces there. I think that's one thing that would make weapon emplacements in the game good, too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Being able to build, like, demolitions and, like, traps and C4, or, like, what's it called? Claymore mines. Yeah. Exactly. Be a ghost. Kill everybody without ever being seen or identified. Orbitals to destroy infrastructure would make the most sense. Well, yeah, but you almost don't even need a person on the ground for that. What am I supposed to do here? Leave. That's what I'm supposed to do. Got it. Looks like they're still getting reinforcements. They even had a stolen Nidhogger. Wait, what? There it is. Whoa. The stolen Nidhogger, huh?
Warp drive active.
Maybe you need to identify which ruined husk of a building is being used as a base and paint it for strike. Yeah. Swords are fun. I'm just saying,
Permission requested.
the best thing is if you have an open field or something that you can monitor as a known location
Docking
and
permission
then
requested.
strike them when they're going across the way.
Accepted.
Nobody likes to be camped, though. That's the problem, right? All right, you'll need to take these surveillance captures over to a friend of mine. He'll want to see them before he commits his own forces to the fight. I'll send them over the network, but I'm afraid the mission is completely unauthorized. All of the evidence I've gathered so far has been through the methods the Republic fleet wouldn't turn a blind eye to, so we're relying on his help. Once he has the information he needs, I'll probably want to send you in first to take out the heaviest security. Then his people will follow in to clean up. Are you ready to commit yourself to the task? Sure. Infrastructure could have a planetary shield on it, so a team would need to go in to demo it before the orbital would kill the building. That's true, and preferably give you opportunity to also extract out once you've turned everything off. Although that would be a very, like, Eve thing to do, right? Like, you shut off the thing and then they bombard the building with you in it. If Vanguard evolve into the Eve Online Planet Side Edition, though, there would be an idea. If you can't take a base or infrastructure, it might be best to glass it and rebuild. I do like the idea that you can shut down the defenses, and that makes it vulnerable to orbital bombardment. Maybe that's a way to destroy somebody's PI colony. Ooh. Structures with big HP pool will take a long time, but it might be faster to just go take your ground team to take it over.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, take out the planet. Take out the competition. Would be best if the planet with shield generators had primitive teddy bears to help you. Yeah, you know, we could. This is a completely original idea. Although for our stream, we'd had guinea pigs, right? That was unbearable. Womp womp.
Drive active.
Well, if they redid plans to have Vanguard Eve interaction, the planets would have their own sandbox, and war clones would be better to destroy orbital batteries, and Eve players destroy entrenched bases. Like Waka Wakas?
Docking permission requested.
Waka Waka Waka! And they tell bad jokes just like this one. Man, what is a more dated reference at this point? Ewoks or The Muppet Show? Straight to business then, huh? Here's the plan. My men are currently standing by, ready to launch assault on the poorly defended base nearby. This should draw a good portion of the security forces off the base we're truly aiming for. That's when you sweep in. Kill everything that moves. If you can take out their reinforcements and logistics, we'll be able to clean up what's left. I'm thinking that all this commotion should draw their leader out, or at least get his attention. We can see how it plays out once the bullets start flying. You'll receive updates in the field once we launch our assault. Ready to roll? Ewoks aren't used in Star Wars that much, but Muppets get new stuff. Yeah, but like culturally,
Warp drive active.
even if kids these days are familiar with the Muppets as a concept, do they know Fozzie? I don't know, man. I know it never happened, but I love it for Vanguard to have a way to do shipboarding actions. If you succeed in the fight, the pod is kicked out. Haha. It's just I've wanted the thing ever since like the Prophecy trailer that showed the people raiding. I have to destroy an auxiliary power array. Wait, what? There's a lot of big dudes here. Oh, they're leaving. Good, they got lured away. Ha ha! Offline keeps our modules by boarding. Well, that's what I was saying. Like, so basically have it so that there's 3 spots inside, like control points. One control point increases the damage cap. One control point lowers the resistances, and one control point shuts off the weapon systems of the structure. So that way, the fight inside of the system, inside the structure matters, and then, of course, you know the carriers are necessary on the outside in order to have the assault on the inside. I didn't ever play 2142. I played Battlefield 2. I don't think I did 2142. I don't remember anymore.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. You infiltrate the enemy mothership and demo parts to win the map. That almost sounds like the carrier, like trench runs or whatever. Doubt we'll ever see hacking a pod out of a ship, though. Seems too much like a feels bad moment. You know, back when off-grid boosts were a thing, I always wanted to be able to, like, hack the booster in order to shut off their boosts. What if the defenders are winning, though? Give more resist, lower damage cap, more damage? Well, they would just keep... They would keep all the systems up, right? Think about it this way. You're defending, so you start with all of the advantages, right? So, by default, if no one assaults, then it just stays fortified. Everything's the same as normal. The defender would have access to more clones because they don't need carriers in space. It really is the assaulters have an additional vector to attack in from in order to lower those defenses. So yeah, the defender just maintains the status quo. Like what they anything better than that would just be the status quo. Its systems are online or it's not. Well, it's not as fun to be the guys being attacked and fighting for your life. That's true. A lot of the time. That's correct. It is a lot more fun to be the assaulter killing the people than the person who's defending for their lives. That's true. That didn't take long. You can get good mercenaries. You can't get good mercenaries anymore. They crack before you can even get to the fun stuff. He gave us the names of 3 lieutenants, supposedly the underlings for the man running the whole operation. If we can capture one of them, then maybe they'll know something about the missing Capsuleer of yours. If they don't, then they should at least know where they can find their boss. Lieutenants are supposed to be meeting nearby Dead Space facility, arranging some sort of big deal. We have no idea what this could involve. Drugs, money, people. It might be anything. but it definitely means some more hired security to deal with. Once you clear the area, we should be able to scan the structures and locate their lieutenants, assuming they're still hanging around. Fly by and pick them up. If they refuse to board, pop a few shots into their facility's shields. That usually convinces some people that you need business. So, feel like crashing a party? The defender would have a downside. Sitting around waiting for an attack that didn't happen would be non-fun. Again, that's the exact same as if you set up a defense for your structure and then nobody attacks the structure. Same exact thing. It just means that you have a different... you can be sitting around inside or outside of the structure waiting for the attack that doesn't come. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that you could also set up some automated defenses, so that way you could probably get away with not even having a defense team, especially if you're not assuming that the enemy isn't going to bring an assault team. But the point here is not to make it fun. The point here is to make it purposeful and real, and like using mechanics to integrate it into a battle that is occurring on multiple fronts at the same time. That's the whole point. Tower defense minigame in Eve where you're killing other players, I'm in. That's what I was saying. Like, you could invest in... you could even invest in NPC like mercenaries or whatever, right? If you want to go that route. Or you can invest in player mercenaries if you want to go that route. I don't know. I feel like it makes a lot of sense. And if you're going to integrate the shooter anywhere, like that's... everyone has a timer, right? There is a time for that fight. It is a time for everybody to arrange, get their shit together, right? If the defenders don't want to show up, that's fine. If the assaulters don't want to show up, that's fine. Like, that's how these fights play out. We were scanning the radio chatter of these guys you took out. They're trying to evacuate someone in that habitation module. Non-clone NPC merc. Some of you are going to die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. All right, I'm done shooting. No way in hell I'm coming with you, Egger. Best leave here while you still have the pretty ship of yours. Wait, did they come with me or no? I'm killing them. It sounded like they were coming, and then they sounded like they weren't. Nope.
Warp drive active.
Well, if there's a sandbox element for Vanguard players, they would definitely have some activities to profit from in Null as a set incentives to defend. Yeah. But if you get to choose a side like in Dust, choosing the defender side has no upside. So as Jeff says, you really have to have people join the side if you do it or not. Well, the point is that there would be a contract, right? Yeah. You're not going to just show up for funsies to defend somebody's structure. It's either you're defending it because it's your own structure, or the people whose structure it is has hired you to do it. So, like, you've got multiple days. Your high-sec structure comes reinforced. You've got 4 days. You can put a contract out on the net, and like a merc group can contact you about it, and you can have it a for realsy contract between a Vanguard team and an Eve team if you don't have your own Vanguard team, right? And that can be, maintained through, like the contract offering could be like literally you put in the contract in Eve and it shows up in the Vanguard thing. So if somebody's a Vanguard merc, they can scroll through the different possible options. And so, yeah, if you're going to go defend a structure, it's either because it's your structure, they paid you enough to want to do it. Kita said she found something in the evidence you brought over from your tours around the state and Federation space. She thinks it might help her people direct the interrogation of Cyrus. Cyrus? Curtis? So we need you to take him back to her. We have a strong overlap of Abe's here. You want to find this capsuleer, and we want to hamper smuggling operations in our space. So long as your work takes you down this path, we will be happy to offer our assistance. We'll speak again, perhaps, once Kaida has gleaned some information from Kyrus. If we don't, then let me say that it's been a pleasure having you as a friend and an ally in the Mimitar people. I hope the good work doesn't stop with the end of your investigation. Or you could play spoiler, like the insurgency's going to scavenge steal gear from the stations and people are fighting over stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's the point, is that, like, either way, the point is that structure timers are a known entity and would be a great time to set up fights that happen in both in Vanguard and in Eve at the same time. That's all I'm saying. Like, of all of the different opportunities, structure timers are like the most dialed in. I can see the effect of both sides interacting with each other in a really cool way. As a reward, the Mimitar Federation gives you this spaceship with hand crank windows. Yeah, like Dirt Knife Squad in general, so did in Molten Heath for taking control of those areas with specialized dust corps. Yeah, except for it would actually matter. Would be a good place to add that battleship-sized carrier I've talked about. You just want... You want...
Warp drive active.
Why am I brain farting? You just want subcapital fighters. There's nothing wrong with that. I kind of... Like, I agree with you.
Warp drive active.
I want subcapital fighters too, but more so as a launching point for adding Valkyrie into Vanguard. Ha, yeah. I mean, I also just want basically drones to be turned into simplified versions of fighters instead of, like, drones need a lot of love. And the problem is that drones, like, have enough of a bad reputation and are problematic in the design in enough places that, like, a lot of people don't even want drones to be, like, the interfacing to be improved, at least historically. No, stop. Oh, shoot, I didn't read it. We discovered the location of the lead smuggler, Izia Tabar. Kill him and I promise you that everything else will fall into place. Close enough. Don't make me cry even more, Malik. Already sad about the loss of Dust. Now you remind me of Eve Valkyrie. That was Jeff.
Warp drive active.
Valkyrie was a travesty. Valkyrie was done dirty. Not sure if you've seen Infinity Battlescape, but it would be an excellent engine to use for fighter gameplay. Just finally remove drone assist. It's pretty much legal input broadcasting at this point with Algos fleets. You know what? I'm not even going to argue that. You know, drone assist, sure. Yeah, fine. Like, if that's what it takes to get a functioning drone system, I agree that drone assist creates a lot of problems. And I really don't even care about drones being able to be used for AFK. Because like I've said this many times, I think it'd be better if other ships were able to be AFK'd instead. Because that doesn't help bots, that helps people that are not bots, mostly. But I've had that video, we've made that video, I'm not making that argument, well, I mean, I guess I could, but like, the whole point is, I do agree that drone assist is strangely powerful, and like, if you remove it, would remove very little quote-unquote legitimate uses for drone assist, right? Like, drone bunnies would be sad, like the loss of drone bunnies is bad for PvE or whatever, but at the same time, like, adapt, we could absolutely adapt to that. They had to nerf drone assist after BTEC R5RB because they couldn't slave 500 plus drones to a single button push on one player. That's not true. So BTEC R5RB did not have very many drones involved because 1 week prior, they tried to use drone boats and it crashed the node, and they explicitly brought out took their subcapitals out and didn't bring their drone ships in order to try to preserve the node during the fight because they wanted to get the most damage done as possible. It is about the same time that those changes were made, but mostly it was because of slow cats, which were the use of carriers that would slave off sentry drones and do the finger of death. Yeah, that's true. But slow cats were explicitly not used in the BTEC R5RB fight. You've done exceptionally well. Our team will head over to Tabor's compound now and comb the area for further evidence. Get back to me when you're ready for one last assignment. Before you arrived, we managed to get our people inside Tabor's recruitment and training facility. He informed us that the missing capsule you seek passed through this place briefly. Moments ago, we received word that our man is now trapped there. We hoped that Tabor's assassination would scatter the remnants of the forces and provide an easy escape, but we had no such luck. One of Tabor's remaining lieutenants, an Amatar by the name of Mizra Nefra, has returned to the facility and taken over. Not only is our spy and your only lead caught in the spider's web, but this smuggling crew may operate again someday unless we put a stop to this. You must run interference for us. Kill Mizra and his followers, and so our agent has a chance of escaping undetected. Slow cats, that's a concept I forgot about for a minute. Yeah. They were huge, and then they weren't.
Warp drive active.
I still have a dream of getting 50 Tristans together, having each of them drop one sentry, slave them all off to one person, and finger of deathing a bunch of people with them. Carriers are not allowed to use normal drones anymore, correct. There's Mizra. Slow cats are just carriers that use drones. Specifically, most of the time, sentries. So, like I said, they could slave them all off to a single person, and then that single person could just finger of death whoever they wanted, and had massive alpha strike.
Warp drive active.
Light drones too, yeah. But again, the sentries were because that way, if somebody goes F1, then suddenly, you know, 50 carriers worth of sentries all fire at exactly the same time at exactly the same target. What about fighters? Will they still warp after a fleeing target? Oh, man. I think they got rid of all of that functionality of them being able to warp. Do fighters still be able to warp? I cannot remember how much of that was preserved. I know that they can't do skynetting anymore. Like, you can't assign it. You can't assign a fighter to somebody that's off grid or whatever. None of that happens. You've done good work for me, and I have one last request. Go and tell Mizra Amar's masters that she will work for them no more. Yeah, they don't work that way anymore. But you can have, like, a structure on grid with another structure. Like a big distance between them, but still on grid with each other. And do it from there, yeah.
Active.
Oh, we're going to Tanu. Tanu is where, like, the Tanu's, like, one of the main capitals of the Amathar. And it's Tanu 2, I think it was the planet that was orbitally bombarded by Chakade in his Titan, the Avatar.
Warp drive active.
Jove observatories. Jove observatories are really cool, but if any of the drifters catch you there, they'll shoot at you immediately and kill you. So we're going to start chapter 6.
Warp drive active.
Joke's on them, I'm in a sigil stealing their music boxes. What? It is really funny to jump a hauler into low sec and get people to ingress you and be, like, way tankier than they expected and have them die to the gate guns. That is pretty funny. Intosising Joe's observatory with a shield tank sigil that can be permanently... Oh, right. It can perma tank the Lancers. Got it. Yeah, you just have a single person that can just, like, run the site or sit on the gate. Gate camps that were guarded by a carrier was pretty common. In fact, you actually still see that today. You'll actually... I've even seen, like, structures on grid with the gate and then have fighters on the gate. Oh, yeah. Can you still get the Jovian symbolic warp vectors? I might need to go do that. I never actually got a set. No, it's not very close, but Tanu and that area makes me try to remember what system the research project is located. What was it again? Oh, you're talking about Site 1. ERAM. It's an ERAM. ERAM. They still work. I need to get a set of those. Huh.
Warp drive active.
2 unidentified wormholes in this one system. Yeah. It is limited to how close you can do it to the star, which is, you know, good. I personally like to put my stuff near something that isn't there, so that way, you know, if you try to, if I have a site that's kind of near the star but not on grid with the star, then if you try to descan me or probe me or whatever, you see that I'm at the star, even though I'm not at the star. Oops.
Warp drive active.
Depending on the system, you can make some safes not on grid in alignment with any celestial. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'd want, is a safe off any alignment, but still look like it's at a location. Close enough to be the sun, off alignment. I don't know. That's just me. I just learned about Zombie Corp figuring out Concord damage in Camp Cheetah with smart bombs being repped. Yep. Missions used to give some deep safes. Yeah, that's true. Off alignment, definitely possible. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so if you look up in game, no, it's Uli? Yeah, Uli Siege of YC126. On the 3rd of March, YC126, a group of capsuleers united under the Zombie Inc. Corporation established a successful siege of one of the Uli systems gates. At the time, Uli was a key market hub, and the siege caused a major disruption to the flow of trade. Standard Concord ships and sentry guns proved no match for the zombie fleet's remote repair capacity. The situation was resolved when the active Jovian delegation to Concord intervened with their advanced technology. After this encounter, the Concord Inner Circle held an emergency meeting at the Jovian in which the Jovian delegation agreed to provide their technology for purposes of substantially upgrading the Concord fleet. To this day, the Concord fleet's core implements remain among the most powerful in New Eden.
Warp drive active.
Jark and Sasta. Look at these guys. Look at all these dudes. You think that there's no impact to being a Triglavian supporter? Let me tell you. Jark and Sasta are... I still want to wage war against these two systems. Yeah, it was Uli. Yeah, this was before Jita. Look, even more rats. This place is lousy with them.
Warp drive active.
If you'd gone the other way, Amar would have been the biggest high-sec island ever. No. Hold on. Yeah, no. I don't think so. Is Jark a G5? I don't think so. I wish CCP would do something about those Autothisians, such a new trap. They did. They put him in. They did at least rename them. Originally, they were called Circadian Seekers, but then they put Circadian Seekers in the tutorial, so they had to rename them to Autothisian Lancers, so that way people didn't think that they were the same thing as the tutorial rat. Is Jark... Hold on. We can go to... You can go to kybernaut.space, go to invasions, and find Jark. Jark is a G5 yellow. Oh yeah, it totally could have progressed. Jark could have been part of Pochvin. Absolutely. That would have been wild. Ah, we were so close. It would have to be an Edencom Fortress, not an Edencom Minor Victory. Actually, that's the other way to check, right? We can go here. And we can say, okay. Yeah, if we go to Edencom Fortress. Yeah, both Sasta and Jark. Wait, Sasta too? Hold on. How's that happen? Sasta's a fortress, but I think that might have been one of the ones that became a fortress before they changed the rules for it. Because Sasta shouldn't have progressed. Originally, they had systems that could progress for Edencom that couldn't progress for the Triglavians, but people found that too confusing. Stop it. There we go. I would speak with you about a search for Dagon, but first, a matter of decorum. The late Mistress Mizara's parents entrusted the safety of their child to my lord. He has attempted to make amends, but I am afraid my lord can be indelicate. He would replace their daughter with reparations of gold and isk. This must be handled with more care. Take this toy. The mistress first arrived at my lord's estate with nothing more than a name but this. As you destroyed her body, it is the only physical connection left in the world that her family will recognize as hers. Deliver this to the family, and with the utmost care, they have already suffered enough. Okay. Wait. Okay. It smells faintly of brown sugar. So Mizra... Wait, so Mizra was the dude that was the person that we killed. And then we came up here to basically tell him that Mizra wasn't going to work for them anymore. And his response is, think of their family? That puts a totally different spin on this than I thought originally. I thought it was like a kid. Interesting. Vita is also one jump from 2 regions. Definitely would have made a new gate, but probably not as directive one, just like Abazon isn't as much of a replacement as Niarja. Each of the systems home is an AO, BO, and G5, and each region is connected by 2 O1s. Oh, there is a kid? Oh. Did I not catch that part? But they said it's really old. Hold on. with nothing to their name but this. As you destroyed her body, it was the only physical connection. No, yeah, this is an adult. We killed the adult. This is her, like, childhood toy? Because Mizara is the yeah, it's the last thing of her left because we killed her. But we killed her because she was doing bad things. I don't care about her family. Whatever. I'm surprised there's no, like, real big landmarks here. Thank you for doing this. You've proven you respect our ways. My lord can now believe that he can trust you. Yes, we know of Dagon and your hunt for him. My lord hired him as a tutor for Mistress Mizara some 10 years ago. Though my lord fancies himself a skilled pilot, he is very much an old Amar stock. He wishes the mistress to be better educated in the newly emerging technologies and political realities than he. Dagon proved a remarkable teacher. Sadly, he and Lord Tafos has a falling out after the coronation of Empress Sarum. That was a while ago. There was an altercation about Dagon and the mistress fled. I do not know where Dagon himself is, but I do know the man who brought Dagon to my lord's attention, an archaeologist of some respect by the name of Dr. Canius. You'll find him at the location provided. Be warned, he surrenders nothing for free.
Warp drive.
Before we go, let's go check out the Crusural Mobile Laboratory, or library? Library. If Ikamiya went high-sec, it would be a fairly direct route while still making Abazon a closer route. What? We don't need to make Ikamiya becoming high-sec would be like, why would you do that? That's not interesting at all. Oh, this is like a Cosmos agent? Is that what this is for? You can usually tell a Cosmos agent because there's one of these people here. With like the star.
Warp drive active.
Just saying, if Amar became a high-sec island, that probably would have happened. Yeah, maybe. In Genesis sex? Wait, Genesis should have like... Oh yeah, that's true. Wait, Genesis is like the heart of Concord too. You'd think that Genesis would have better standings, better security status overall.
Warp drive active.
That's true. Yeah, the Concord constellation is very secure. The rest of them not so much. It's got a weird low-sec areas between two Amar high-sec areas. Yeah.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so this is Genesis down here. Why do they make regions that are close to each other the same color? What? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you, like, color... You should use very bright and different colors on the regional map. Whatever.
Warp drive active.
You click on the region name, it'll highlight that region only. I'm still just saying, like, look. That's fine and fair, but I'm just saying, like, I should be able to tell the difference. I can't, right now, I can't see where Evershore begins. It's hard to see between Evershore, Verge Vendor, Essence, Sync. Like, I can do this, yes, but, like, if I'm coloring it by region, then you would think that they'd be colored in such a way to make the regions distinct. That's all I'm saying.
Docking request accepted.
Or just use dot line. Whatever, man. Dead is she? Damn, I was fond of her. And not in Taphos's way, mind you. Yeah, I know. He was purely her protector and patron to mold her and shape her up for a life of dedicated service to God and Empire. Listen, I've been studying human history for a long while. The platonic patronage between Lord and Mistress hasn't happened since the time when reclaiming was just involved stabbing our heathen neighbors with pointy sticks. But if that was all that was going on, nobody would make a fuss. But that's enough story time for now. You want more? You'll have to do something for me. Hell, you don't want to hear more. You still have to do something for me. Don't worry, it's real simple. Man, the implications here about this girl, the mistress, I don't know, whatever. There's a dig site a little way from here, a small cluster of asteroids containing artifacts from some of the Amar's first space lanes. I know there's at least one good piece left, but every time we hire a team, they get driven off by pirates. All you have to do is go in, get that artifact, and return it to me without dying. Okay. Use the old map? Satonia. I don't like that solution either.
Warp drive active.
I like the faction warfare map. Yeah. The faction warfare map is by far the best in-game map. It's really disappointing because Dust 514 had a map that showed that, like, they know how to map things out. They should have stolen Dust 514's map. But of all the maps that they've come out with so far in game, I do agree this one is by far the cleanest. Yeah, the new Insurgency UI is really weird. I mean, it is useful because... So the problem is that the Insurgency information is on the main map, but not each individual system. And as an Insurgent, I don't really care about the entire war zone. It'd be nicer to be able to see it on the war zone map as well. But in general, like, given the fact that the Insurgency is always changing, I can definitely see the value of the Insurgency map as it is right now. It's just, eh. Yeah, and it can also spread to systems that aren't in the faction warfare map. That's true. Just could add systems to the faction warfare map. No, because that faction warfare map had to be hand built by CCP to make them all fit correctly. I don't think you can just add things to it dynamically like that.
Warp drive active.
That's why they need a 2D map of all the systems. Now you've come back to Setonia's suggestion of the old map.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I haven't even looked at the old map in so long. Hold on. I actually really like... You know what's underrated? You know what map is underrated? These maps over here. The F11 maps. Highly underrated. I use the Constellation and Regional map there all the time. Far more than the actual full-fledged map. The old map is so much better at visualizing average pilots in space. Blood Raiders, you're lucky you lived. They're psychotic and bloodthirsty. Literally, their sect believes purity can only be reached by consuming blood, and clone blood is the purest of all. I'm afraid that makes Capsuleers their favorite snack. But you're alive, and you got the artifacts, so we're good. You've done me a solid, so I'll return the favor. A few years ago, Lord Taphos tried to hit me up to tutor his new miracle girl. I declined, but I pointed him to Dagon. Dagon was holed up in this monastery at the time, part of some weird hermitage. So I introduced them, thought nothing of it. Then I start hearing rumors about how friendly Dagon is with Mizara. This doesn't go well with Taphos, particularly if you believe what they say about Taphos and Dagon. Dagon was driven off, and the truth's told, that's what probably turned Mizara against Taphos right there. So Taphos wants to keep a tight lid on the whole affair himself. Keeps the rumor still. So that's his character's history. Hope you wrote all that down. Nah, I don't care. There's no test or anything. But what did Dagon do after? I honestly don't know. But 5 will get you 10 that it has something to do with his life before Taphos. This is the location of the monastery he stayed at. It's been abandoned for some time. I wouldn't be surprised if scavengers have moved on in. Go reclaim the hell out of that place, and I'm sure you'll find something useful. It's a weird thing to be sure about. The new map shows no difference in between 1 and 24 people active in the system. There's obviously a huge difference when it comes to activity. That's true. So here's the old map, or here's the new map. We can go... Where is it? I don't honestly know. Is it not under gameplay? Am I missing something? Use classic star map. Found it. Here's the classic star map. And I don't even remember how to use this thing. Hold on. Star map. Oh, here's the coloration. Got it. So I can... My information? Autopilot, sovereignty, statistics. Ships destroyed in last hour. Oh, that's pretty cool. And also the unflatten. So you can have it like this, but then you can also flatten the map, which pretty much abstracts it. It makes it a little bit harder to read, but this is the map that a lot of people like to use because of that. How do I even... Oh, close map.
Warp drive active.
It's staring at you in gameplay. Yeah. I hope you're being compensated for all this overtime you're putting in. What are you talking about? I'm just enjoying my time spent with you guys. So I do need to go to the bathroom soon. I probably should have put a shield in my shield extender on. Only 1%. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it happens. It's all good. Not my normal time, not my normal thing. We're going to have a lot of stuff to do tomorrow, or next week, rather. Like pattering of the rain on a tin roof. Independent green crude exec. Or whatever. That's funny. This place is pretty cool looking. Amatar Holy Dome. And there's the cargo. Don't you normally go 2 hours? Oh, well, yeah. But I wanted to try to finish the SoE Epic arc today. It is a hand. I'm gonna be right back, and I don't have anything else to put on, so I'm gonna just put on the scope or the latest advertisement from Upwell, and hopefully that'll give me enough time to go to the bathroom.
I always dreamt that one day I'd make it. Do something great. See the stars. But sometimes reality has different ideas. I remember those dreams starting to slip away. Those doors, they never opened for me.
Until now. Because with Upwell, it's never too late. We will give you a new life. A way to make a difference. Our cloning technology will provide you with a second chance. A fresh start. Be the version of yourself you were destined to be. And seize the dream of the future that you've chosen. Upwell.
All right, we're back to it. Sorry if there was double audio. I messed it up. Why are all the clones bald? Hair genes are too expensive to add. Yeah, they actually talk about that in the thing. Like they went with hairless and generic, so that way it's cheaper. They just stamped out, like there's no individuality to the clones. That's one of the corners that they cut. This is fascinating. See the characters here? here, it's only found in a Jovian alphabet. It's not proper Jovian, though. It's like they were just using the character set as a cipher of some sort. Unfortunate for Dagon, no cipher exists that stops Haydn University, man. Let's see. That's strange. I can't tell who this is to, but it's definitely from Dagon. He says that his mission went well and they fully earned his marks. I'm assuming that's Taphos's trust. The mark willingly gave him passwords and clearance to Imperial archives and emperors of old. He says has sent all records pertaining to the Empire's knowledge of pre-Jovian weapons. I can only guess what qualifies as pre-Jovian, but Taphos has unwittingly provided Imperial secrets to a spy. You must deliver this information to him at once. Oh, no. The Amar are incompetent idiots. Don't clones have not have reproduction systems too? I don't know, man. I think that the answer to that is only if they want to. I can't remember. They talk about that specifically in Empyrean Age, I think. Because the Capsuleer, like, goes to the bar and meets the girl. I can already hear the Jovian beeps and boops that the mission might be referencing. Well, they're just saying Jovian script. It'd be like using Norse runes as your cipher. Or like hieroglyphics. Hold on a second. Let me...
Upwell has started construction of a prototype orbital structure in low orbit above the planet of Ovikin 6. No specific details have been released regarding the purpose of the structure. However, Upwell is extending an invitation to Capsuleers, offering rewards for the submission of
Hold on.
that have been acquired by Capsuleers from Empire operations.
Yeah, this is just their sales pitch to the different 4 empires. Never mind. They did have, it was here somewhere.
Warp drive active.
I'm scrolling through CCP's Twitter because I'm pretty sure they posted it there.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Nope, that's the convoy. They showed... Where was it?
Please, as a counter to the recent deployment.
Oh, it is that one. Okay, hold on.
Cameltech has suffered the humiliating loss of one of their convoys.
So
These data fragments have been plagued by a
let's see. It says diverse subject showcase, blah, blah, blah. Where is it? Emotional. Okay. Assessment and individual abilities to analyze situations, all substance, blah, blah, blah. Ethical considerations.
In recent days, Cameltech has been plagued by a series of data leaks, including sensitive information recovered from the wrecks of the destroyed convoy.
Conduct demonstrations on a broad spectrum of subjects differing in age and health status to evaluate the efficiency, resilience, and adaptability of the cloning process. Demonstrate. They talk about the actual, like, cloning him. Wait, hold on. Physical. Assessment criteria. Measures. Evaluates the individual ability to perform tasks that require precise movement. Optimize immune system with potential for engineered enhancements, reduce disease. Where do they talk about it? There is definitely a place.
Of which both Cameltech and the Intaki Bank are members. The specifics of this cloning initiative remain unclear, with Upwell Consortium maintaining silence on the subject.
Hold on.
However, the operation of
Here we go. Yeah. Radiation and toxin resistance minimizes health risks for hazardous environments. Metabolic flexibility, a metabolism that can effectively adapt to varying nutritional inputs and fasting conditions would ensure clones remain effective even in situations where supply lines are compromised. Standardized physical size, simplifies logistics and maximizes compatibility with standardized equipment. Uniform blood type, streamlines medical logistics, particularly emergency transfusion. Engineered sterility, ensures resources on workforce sustainability without the complexities of reproduction. Physiological support systems to minimize health complications and suppress all undesirable emotional challenges. Life cycle management addresses potential end of service and retirement through doctrine and creating incentives for contract extension. Okay, I'm going to give up on looking for it, but I thought that there was actually literally like a thing that talked about.
The intended purpose of these clones is the subject of wide speculation.
The point is that they've given us a lot of information about these clones. That's the short of it, I guess. All right. I'm sure you have several questions for me, but I'm afraid that they'll have to wait. It seems Taphos caught wind of your investigation. I know because he has challenged you by trial by combat. It hasn't been common in years, but Taphos considers himself an old-fashioned Turomar, and blue laws still allow it. Luckily, this provides for a perfect opportunity for us. With the information we've uncovered, namely this cipher, we have enough to bring Taphos on charges. Doing so, however, would cause a huge political uproar, the kind that we frankly don't have time for. I want you to get out there, meet Taphos, and kill him in combat. We've shut off access to his clones, so he won't be coming back. As you were challenged by a noble, you'll suffer no consequences, legal or otherwise. His family line gets to keep their good name, and everyone can then go back to their nice, safe lives, confident that Imperial secrets are still safe. I'm surprised that he even can be cloned, given the fact that he's nobility, but he's not an heir. Not one of the royal houses, I guess. Sterility removes the complexity of reproductivity. Yeah. That's the pitch that my wife gave the other day, too. Oh, boy.
Warp drive active.
Upwell is definitely Amazon. If anything. But it's closer to, like, if Upwell, Google, Amazon... Or, sorry, if Amazon, Google... Kellogg's Brown and Root and Moderna all teamed up in one consortium. That's Upwell Consortium. Hi, Taphos. Bye, Taphos. The Kimi capsulators just have to take steps to destroy all their clones before the ritual. No, Malik. Prior to Empress Caddis, the rite of sacred flesh means that heirs cannot be cloned. They changed that recently. Now about Dagon. We've had our suspicions as to who he is. With the cipher you found, we know for sure. I'm violating my oath by giving you this intel, but odds are good we'll never be able to act on it ourselves. See, Dagon is from the Society of Conscious Thought. Dagon's made a mistake, though. He's been cut off from his buddies. The sisters have seen to that. Yeah, the sisters. I've been curious as to why they're so interested in my case. Now I know. They're the one group that keeps a closer eye on the Society than the Empire. It's the Sisters of Eve. That's true. The Sisters of Eve have a long, competition with the SOCT. They knew the whole damn time who Dagon was. I'd say that it's time to head back over to the sisters and get the full story. Interesting. Let's head back to Arnon.
Warp drive active.
Maybe some Blackwater in there too. Yeah. I meant Raytheon, not Moderna. Raytheon. That's what I meant. That's why I was like, but after Blackwater seems almost trivial in comparison. Who's your mining company? Oh, yeah. Who owns like? I think Amazon can manage that. No, I don't know. Who would be the mining company? You'd have to have maybe like a big oil conglomerate. Who would be that? I don't know. Blackwater is pretty close to Mordu. Although that all of those things that I just mentioned are all American companies, so that's actually pretty inaccurate. It'd be closer to like I don't actually know any like the huge like international corporations. Like what is the China that there's a big not Tencent. I don't know, but you get the idea. It's an international thing. Yeah, the only heir to have ever died after being cloned knowingly was potentially King Khanid. You thinking telecom? Maybe.
Warp drive active.
De Beers. Man, the story of the creation of De Beers is a messed up story. The reason why I'm saying that is because, like, Mordu is almost closer to, like, the French Foreign Legion than anything.
Warp drive active.
Halliburton. There you go. Halliburton is really close to, like, I think it's, isn't it Calichiota? It's either, I think it's Calichiota or SoE, because they do a lot of, like, infrastructure and food stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's very close to the French Foreign Legion. Oh, no. Who's that group? Black, is it? No, it's not BlackRock? That real estate, the company that the French protest, like they lit the fires in the facility because they like own all of the land. There you go. That's probably one of them. Oh, is it BlackRock? Oh, yeah, Blackwater. Right. Rock is the investment company that owns everything. Right. I don't know if that's Upwell or like mega corporation level stuff right there, but I don't know of anywhere that like corporations are successfully replacing the government very effectively right now. I mean, I'm sure that there are places in like where there are operations where that's true, but I mean like in the same way that, you know, Calichiota, like the mega corporations are the government for their people. Paladin, you put a period too close to, you did word, period, word. It killed it. Well, again, like, BlackRock might be something like Calichiota. I assume that none of these are the actual group. I thought that I'd have to look them up. Like one of them, I thought it was KK was real estate, which is why they own the mountains. I don't think it's going to show up because you're only going to find the corps that those megacorps, their subsidiaries. Maybe? Oh yeah, okay, there it is. Manufacturers, distributors, retailers, and researchers. Okay, that's not the right one. Is it SoE? Largest real estate dealer within the Caldari state. So yeah, SoE is BlackRock. They own 40% of all land in Caldari space. Light-Eye is definitely the most sus of the corporations, for sure. But the entire Forest faction is sus. Like, don't let NOH or CBD get away with it. Weed Corp. Theodore 07. How excited are you for the expansion, Sutonia? What are you most excited for, Sutonia? You tell me. Lida is up to a lot of things in the background. We'll never get much more than breadcrumbs for years. Yeah, well, like the whole Intaki thing and the transneural microcontrollers, they keep like putting that in play. Probably redacted and the Upwell ship Skyhood rating. Wait, there's still things that... Wait, the feature that you're most excited about is still redacted? Is that true? Or are you just fucking with me? The new Anoms might be redacted? That's true. Oh, there's some balance stuff that is spicy that hasn't been revealed yet. Ooh! Okay, cool. What happened to the... So there's no dev blog today. It wasn't really clear how this week is going to play out. We got the patch notes on Friday, but there's going to be dev blog this week? Is there anything coming out before Friday? Yeah, I would not be surprised if there's like balance changes and stuff like that that could be still brought up. That's definitely a thing that was on the table. Little things also. But yeah, that's what I was wondering. Are we going to... I was very confused about that last week at the end of the presentation. If we're going to get a dev blog this week that wraps up the In Focus and then the patch notes, or if we're just going to get the patch notes. Hey, I don't know if publishing will post about the... No. Yeah. But I mean, like... Sorry, I was talking more broadly. Like, is there any... Because they made it sound like there's going to be like a letter from like CCP Berger or someone, right? Like they were like, oh yeah, like the executive letter or whatever. But I don't know. No new home fronts. No new home fronts. We already had that one corrected. Oh, there's a director's stream. Okay. 1600 Thursday? Oh, on Friday. Okay, so at 16... Okay, great. So on 1600 on Friday, we get the presentation, and then directly afterwards, they publish the patch notes. Okay. Cool. Well, yeah. Actually, no, not... Well, yeah. Hobo Leaks too? That's pretty cool. Is Sissy going to be up until the expansion? Or are you just patching Sissy and leaving it down? Just so that we can get the Hobo Leaks. 2,000 strings. Oh, yay. Wait. Well... Yeah, there's a lot of new things that would require strings. Yeah, okay. Oh, all the cool people that are cooler than me. I get it. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that they won't do anything with home fronts, but like, I got it clarified why they said home fronts. Like, so the problem is that home fronts is one of the pillars of EVE's development right now. So there's like a home fronts team, and home fronts operations is just one manifestation of that team's efforts. And it's just unfortunate that the naming is basically the same. But all of the new corporation management tools are coming from the Homefronts team. Like all those, the opportunities and that sort of stuff is coming from the Homefronts team. Look at this sneaky dude knowing things that we don't. See, Gina, Satonia works for CCP. That's why he knows those things. In case you didn't know. Oh, okay. Okay. Whew. I never know. To be fair, Satonia knew more things that we didn't before he worked for CCP. I used to refer to Satonia as the single most knowledgeable person in EVE Online. So do the new Skyhook PI structures have more room to hold PI products, or is it the same as the current POCOs? I think mechanically the Skyhook is identical to the POCO as far as planetary interaction goes. But it might have more M3. I know it can't be rated. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's identical as far as PI goes, and it, like that stuff can't be rated. The PI path is effectively, PI is not touched in this event, in this expansion. The only difference is that now there might be blockades at your PI, at your POCO, when you go to pick it up.
Drive active.
Wow, it's already almost 4. Good idea not add another extraplanetary structure in space, just have one or the other. I agree. And I think that it's a good conversion process. The Skyhook is really cool. POCOs are kind of lame in comparison.
Drive active.
We're almost back home. I'm excited for the new system. I'm even going to rejoin nullsec game to build them, like I did with Citadels in 2016. Yeah, like I said, what I really hope out of this is I start seeing on Reddit and other places people going like, man, living in nullsec is so exciting now. Like there's so much to do or whatever. Like any sort like that's really what you want, right? I don't know. The thing is that, like, one of the things that have made CCP really, really successful, and the things that they have been successful about recently, is, you know, this weird goal of, like, getting people to want to do stuff in spite of the ISK. So, like, the biggest example of this was invasions, right? One of the big breakthroughs when it came to invasions was players were doing it in spite of the fact that they weren't that rewarding ISK-wise. In fact, people were spending ISK in order to forward this. They weren't evaluating it. They set aside the ISK consideration almost completely for the purposes of the invasion. And this, like, took back like, it was completely unheard of up until that point. So this idea of PvE being interesting in its own right and not just for its raw ISK value, like in faction warfare now with the new sites and everything like that, like the engagement with the rats are a little bit more exciting than the traditional, like, dull rats. They're not like super fucking thrilling or anything, but they're a little bit more exciting, and there's more of it. It's more about making you feel like you're alive and interacting with the universe, as opposed to before where it was like, well, faction warfare should just be a framework to do PvP in, right? Or at least that was the player's perspective. And so it'd be interesting to see if people saw their space as more than just a series of mechanics, but as a living, shifting thing. And getting people to respect it that way, I think, would be a big, like, shift, and it would not be easy to do. And obviously won't happen to everybody, but, like, the real thing that makes it matter is like in the earliest days, the reason why nullsec space mattered is because people took real ownership in where they lived, right? Like Stain Alliance lived in Stain. Once they got kicked out of Stain, they weren't really Stain Alliance anymore, right? So in the same sort of way, you know, having people actually give a crap about where they live by working it, by living in it, by doing more than just undocking from your citadel and warping to identical sanctuary sanctum to identical haven to identical sanctum, etc. Like, I want people to respect their space more. I want people to live in their space more than just grinding.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Pretty cool if it gets low-sec players to care about null. That's also true. Yeah, I saw Snuff had some trouble recently. Your anger is understandable, but we've got more reason to cooperate than to quarrel. Dagon's your real enemy. You're interested to know that some of their court mates have spotted at a nearby station. We've prepared an agent to gain their confidence and extract information on their further operations. To you, she'll be Tahaki Karen, a ship's engineer from the Damsel. Before our operative can infiltrate Dagon's group, Karen's identity records will need to be altered. Take these records to an archive station. Once they're updated there, our friends will make sure that they've changed throughout the entire network. You best believe I'm mad. They haven't taken control of anything, have they yet? Just poking at it? Can't you see? Is it not? Oh, I guess that's on Dotland, huh? I thought sovereignty was on... Hold on. Yeah. I thought that was there. Oh well. Dotland will have that information.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I really wish the hunting down of the consortium rats felt better. Like the fact that it's only the like there's no reward at all from the smaller rats that aren't like the named consortium or like Zohar or whatever, feels real bad. Real bad. Should be able to at least salvage it. Like, and get decent stuff. Like, it feels really weird to just have no reward at all. Like, it's literally easier. Yeah, I'm not going to go looking around all over the place for holding corp for systems. But it feels really weird for like just the average rat that you get in a MP, like a, you know, in a belt will have loot, but these rats can't. It's so weird. Yeah, I want those. I want to be able to go out there and fight them. Like, I want that to be a thing that I can go do, and I want it to mean something. The fact that they spawn at all makes me want to interact with them. But then it feels very gamey for them to have absolutely nothing of value on them, when everything else at least has something. Even the diamond rats have like proper fittings and stuff on them that can drop. That's fair, Malik. It was like Trigvasion could at least affect system corruption. Yeah. I think that, honestly, like, the laundering facility just needs to have lower rewards, too. So you can get different drops and turn them into the laundering facility for different things. Everything, and that could even be increased suppression or corruption. Who knows, right? Like, I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot there, but there's no reason to do it. This is something that continues to piss me off, is that like the PvE that's in low sec ends up being super lackluster. Every single time, like I just want to take a group of like cruisers or battle cruisers and bang around low sec. Besieged covert research facilities just aren't worth that much. Hunting down these rats, I feel like are just going to piss off my fleet, like running around in circles. It's just, I wish it was more. The rats were made that way on purpose because they're infinitely farmable. There's plenty of rats that are infinitely farmable. There's plenty of rats that are infinitely... Yeah, every rat is infinitely farmable with havens that respawn. Like, who cares? Triglavians are infinitely farmable. You can get loot and salvage off of them. Who cares? You still have to hunt them down. I do think they have salvage, but unlike Edencom has Tech 2 salvage because they've got like guardians and shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, make it interesting. Make it worth roaming around with a fleet that's prepared to do PvP and do PvE as you roam around. Because of a lot of issues. Yeah, I could see that. It feels like something that was supposed to be there and now it's not, like, complete. What? Oh. Now I have to go all the way back. Like, how do we stop somebody from stockpiling 4 insurgencies worth of items and then chain turning them all at once, etc.? Yeah. Well, the idea would be, like, maybe not the turn-in, but killing the rats. Like, if I go around and farm the consortium, can that increase the corruption somehow, right? Like, once the consortium rats or the pirate rats start spawning, then killing them should increase suppression or corruption. Yeah, but Jeff, the problem is that then it's like, okay, well, how fast do you have it expire? Because invasions end really easily, or insurgencies end really quickly. And then you have this item, so you have this very limited time to be able to turn them in. And then, like, the normal turn-in points can be turned in at any given time. Yeah, and expired, that's true. Expired items do require manual updating from the client. Doesn't that make it bad for the people doing the work in the plexus, though? Couldn't you say the same thing for mining fleets? Like, the whole point is just there's multiple things going on, right? Right, but Satonia, I think that that's good, though, because as one side begins to win, there's actually additional opportunities for the side that isn't winning to now catch up. It's the same thing that happened in Invasions, and it was actually incredibly interesting in Invasions because there was a certain pressure between having people running the sites and having people roaming around and killing the rats. Because roaming around and killing the rats as a dedicated force was much harder to do, but could make way more points than running the sites. So there was this whole pressure of like, there's an entire day I remember where we ran the sites and then they just ran the rats and we actually lost ground to them. So then we had to figure out new strategies where we were able to hold sites while still having roamers going around and hunting or at least protecting our roaming packs. And that actually made it really, really, really interesting. And it made the fight increasingly complex as it became more invaded. And I feel like you could have learned that lesson for insurgencies. Oh, I've already talked about the whole corruption suppression thing and how I think that the suppressors should absolutely get like a consortium LP. They need to get a reward that isn't just the normal faction warfare LP. Yeah, the fact that the fight spread to the roaming packs and at the same time the sites was only interesting in Invasions, I would say. But we have the options for multiple recipes on item traders now, so that's an option for a summer project. Right. Well, the question that I would have, the bigger question that I have is that if you're doing, okay, if I kill a rat and that increases the corruption in that system, that makes sense. But if I have to turn it into the laundering facility, the question is what system gets the corruption or suppression, right? This actually is an interesting question because it makes me wonder about Vanguard. Like, how does Vanguard decide which system to add corruption or suppression to? The Vorton protection mutaplasmids and our faction officer Vorton upgrades. Yes, that's true. Yeah, absolutely correct. The jackpots are solid. I like that. But the problem is that like the jackpots only exist on the named rats, which means all of the other rats are just fluff. It is a waste of bullets to shoot at anyone that isn't a consortium, Zohar, or Esri. That's the problem. Excuse me. That's why they need to drop at least something. Because you are... Yeah, sure, they can be infinitely farmed, but that infinite farming requires bullets, requires effort, requires time. I can infinitely farm level 4 missions if I want to. But, like, as long as it's actual work to go down and hunt them, then there could be a reward for them. That's a good point. Thank you for listening, Satonia. One of the interesting things about... What was it? There's an interesting one, like, mechanic in the old... in Echoes, where there was a special type of site that was like a hub, and it would spawn better sites for farming. But if you ran the hub itself, it had like the special data cores required to build certain ships. So, but like the longer the hub was around, the more it leveled up. So you wanted to let the hub level up and hopefully, and like try to stop people from killing it to get the better sites. And then once it leveled up enough, then you killed it for the big thing. This is my... That's Alpadirch! Alpadirch! Alright. The Sisters and the Spy. With those records replaced, our agent is Tahaki Karin. What happened to the real one? Electronically speaking, she's a non-person. She's alive and safe, though. If she wanted better, she should have joined the Society. She shouldn't have joined the Society. Man, okay. Now we need to get our Karen into place. I filed a travel request in her name, which the Society's granted. All you need to do is rendezvous with the Society, transport, and drop her off. Once that's done, we just have to wait to tell us where Dagon is. There are some things coming on Friday anyway. Yeah, I'm excited. Look. Consortium LP. Put eating com ships in there. It solves so many problems.
Warp drive active.
You seem to be the only buyer of Deathless tokens in Jita. Ooh. Are people selling them to you? $80K each? Huh. I question how many people are even earning those, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. Very low. I don't even get 1,000 a week. Okay. That's what I was thinking. Like, how many people are turning them in to the laundering facility and then taking them to JITA? Right? Because the Deathless tokens have to be coming from the laundering facility or Zarzak anyways.
Request accepted.
It's not like it's the consortium one. Karen's information is still coming in, but if you really want to help find Dagon, you're going to have to help us deal with a little problem. The Society of Conscious Thought has deployed a refitted cruiser, the Omnipresence, nearby with substantial escort. We think that they may be recording our local communications. If they are, there's a good chance that they'll be able to decipher them and root out our agent. The Society will certainly murder our sister if they uncover her identity. We need you to locate the Omnipresence and destroy her, if necessary. Engage her escort, but try not to destroy them. The loss of human life would be catastrophic. Think we'll get more Zarzak type systems? No, but I think that they should do more stuff with Zarzak.
Warp drive active.
I do what I can to help those who want to engage with the content. You're supporting the Deathless's effort. I commend that. The Deathless is a true ally against Concord. They said not to kill anybody, and yet I have to kill everybody. Wait. Engage your escort, but try not to destroy them. Requires you need to destroy all enemies. Let me try to not destroy them. I'm going to try to follow instructions. Nope, shit. I destroyed one of them. Two shots. I don't think it's making that big of a difference. Think it's the base you can't destroy? Oh, is that what they're saying? No, they said, hold on. If necessary, engage her escort, but try not to destroy them. Oh! Oh, okay, you can just kill her. That's why.
Warp drive active.
That worked. Scuffling with the guy in Jark who keeps spawning Aegis Gunstar fleets to get trick supporters. I kind of really want to bring in a bunch of like paladins in there and just clear them all out. Or golems.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I thought that anom escalations wouldn't go through Zarzak anymore. I keep getting escalations 54 jumps away from my high-sec home. Did they make it so that it doesn't do that anymore? I thought they just made it so that now you can route through Zarzak. Our agent hasn't been able to determine where Dagon is, but in decoding her sensory data, we managed to pick up a clue. A Mar pilot named Kirsten Parthis recently discovered or delivered a cargo of drone parts to Dagon. These parts were black market, and many have been scavenged from some of your recent battles. We contacted Parthis. He's an independent operator, but wouldn't see the light wouldn't see the light. We managed to locate him by tracing his communication signals. Unfortunately, it will be necessary for you to bring him in for a meeting under duress. Our archive data suggests that Parthis will travel in a small contingent of support ships. Identify his command vessel, destroy it, and bring him to me personally. You know, I'm starting to think these sisters aren't as, like, passive as they claim to be. I remember there's something about escalations through Zarzak. So escalations can no longer spawn in Zarzak. Note it is still possible for an escalation to take you through Zarzak. Escalations should always be 10 jumps from the destination. You may need to travel through Zarzak if you see an escalation with an unusually high number of jumps. We're hoping to have a fix for this later in a later release. That's the last I heard about it. Maybe they fixed it, but if you're reporting it now, I'd suggest maybe not. We have to kill the battlecruiser, right? Kristen? You're an evil murderous capsuleer. Also sisters. Murder everyone! Yeah. That's actually kind of a yikesy amount of damage. I should probably get out of this. Clusterfuck. Did I get her? Do I have her? I do. It didn't get fixed. It got deprioritized and put in the backlog because of expansion. Ah, fair enough.
Docking permission requested.
Man, I need to finish this before the top of the hour, man. Oh my god, there's still 4 more. All right. We finally determined Dagon's location. It appears that he's outfitting another expedition. If he successfully acquires more of these drones and worse, maintains control over them, he and his clients will be able to wreak terrible destruction across the cluster. I'm sure you can take out Dagon yourself, but it looks like he's hired some muscle. You've made some Imperial contacts yet? Yes, he might be able to clear a path for you to engage Dagon. The Empires will want Dagon not for justice, but for knowledge. Accept their help, but consider delivering him into our merciful hands instead. We'll spare him and make sure his knowledge does no harm. We can make a choice between the Empress. You have to make a choice between the Empires. Which one do you want to help in taking down Dagon? Let's just go Caldari for now. This is where you choose which standings you want to get, by the way, guys. So I'm going to accept the Caldari choice. Now I got to report to him. Satonia did fixes to Cosmos. Ew, gross. Hey, Kato Ash is Caldari. What can I say? Tranquilla with another 5 gifted memberships going to Julian Makes, Bramke, Frankie Diaz, Red Rum, and Serafine. And of course, on my behalf, thank you, Tranquilla, for all of those gifted subs, or those gifted memberships and all that stuff. You're awesome. Really are.
Warp drive active.
Go, go, go.
Warp drive active.
So I'm going to have to wrap this up soon, and we are getting close to the end of Dagon. So, anybody has any questions, comments, concerns, or topics, now's a good time to bring it up. Nope, not anymore. I just do YouTube now.
Warp drive active.
I took out Dagon on with one of the faction warfare ENIs. He melted. Yeah, that's a bit of an overkill. That's true. I have 173 DPS, so it should be fine.
Warp drive active.
I'm just gonna orbit at like 10. There's a video floating around of someone killing Dagon with a Velator. Yeah, I'm sure. I remember he's hard to kill originally. I think he could heal quickly. Yeah, he's got about 100 DPS tank on his, like, his shields at peak recharge, or whatever, at booster. He's about 100 HPS. Wait, did I do the thing? God damn it. I did the thing. Wait, no I didn't.
Warp drive active.
It just didn't track again. Okay, never mind. I thought I left without accepting the quest, or the mission. We are ready to go when you are. My forces will disarm the station. Engage Dagon and retrieve him from his pod. Boom. Let's do this.
Warp drive active.
He's just hard for an alpha clone and a badly fit destroyer to kill. Good thing I'm not in a badly fit destroyer. Yeah, he's designed to make it so that a new bro bounces off of him and has to ask in local. But there's only one person in local today. That seems weird. I'm gonna kill his escort first. Come on, daggone. Hi. I did my first SoE in just a few weeks ago in a Vexer. Because depending on the choice, you go to 4 different systems. Do people just not choose the Caldari one very often? I thought there would be people waiting for you in any of the 4 systems to help out. That's usually what you'd see. He's going to go down, though. Usually people who assist new bros advertise outside of the SoE station to join their channel. Yeah, but okay. I've always known that there's like, yeah, just asking local for help. I would assume that the Caldari one would be the most popular too. That's why I was confused. Come on. What's up? Hi. Oh, you're scared now. You see me back up, so you know it's coming. You know I'm going to grab you, huh? Should have brought fireworks. %, shields. 27. Ah! I'm running out of bullets. I'm gonna have to reload soon. He's gonna gain some progress back. He'll probably get back up to 30. I don't know. I'm reloading fast. Never mind. $15. Cat taxes at the beginning of the stream. It's true. Oh. You see Dagon? Look at Dagon! He's about to die! She's not happy, by the way. This is her not happy look. Okay. Bye-bye. I'm gonna get there eventually. 78% armor. 69% armor, nice. Needs a little friendship to ride around it. %38. 25% armor. Am I going to be able to get him without another reload? I've got 33 bullets left. I think so. I'm hitting structure. Oh, yeah. That dude doesn't have structure. Okay, got it. Boom! Dagon is dead! Ding dong, Dagon's dead. Or at least he's captured, I should say. Eat your Glam Arcs booster before turning it in arcs, even if a basic 20%. That's true. I'm not going to do that right now because this is my, you know, Kato Ash, whatever. But it is true that when you do the SoE Epic arc, right now is when you'd be like eating your Glam Arcs booster.
Warp drive active.
Thought I was just about to leave without him. I mean, I've been known to do such things. Complete mission. You set a fine example. We'll show reels of this fight in Corp Academy for years. As per our agreement with the Sisters of Evil, we'll turn Dagon over to their care. The Sisters of Evil ship awaits their delivery. Sister Altura assures me that Dagon will be treated humanely.
Warp drive active.
Also, you can share an Empire standings across a fleet. Great way to help your other characters or court members. That's true. Anybody need standings right this second? Anybody logged in right now want standings? First person to invite Kato Ash to a fleet, I'll accept the fleet, and then I'll just turn it in.
Warp drive active.
Supposedly you can sell for 1 billion. Well, right now you can get it for free. Hello, friends. Simply deposit Dagon in the Wreath prison transport, and our long journey will be at an end. Malik! Malik's gonna get it. You're getting some Caldari standings. I hope that's okay. Might be helpful for you. I can't believe this journey is about over. It's taken us almost 5 hours today, and this was our third day second day doing it, I think. Right? That's a crazy drone structure over there. At least this shows an Armageddon now. It used to be a Marshall, which was really funny. I told you you had nothing to fear. Pilot, thanks for your help. The road drones are no longer a hindrance to our effort. Return to your commander. Tell him that Dagon will no longer trouble the Empires.
Warp drive active.
I did all the epic arcs except Smashing Grab in 30 hours. Wow. All right, here we go. Glamorix it up. Boom. Was that it? That was it, right? Yeah, there it is. 0.322 Caldari standings increased for completing the mission. Dagon won't trouble the Empires until the next guy comes along that needs to do missions. I mean, they do point out that he's a capsuleer. Alright, guys. I have been Astrothi. I've been playing this game since 2010 and talked about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even to context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for coming, checking out the stream, watching, liking, commenting, subscribing, sharing it with a friend. You all are the best. And of course, thank you to Tranquilla Mare for all your gifted subs or memberships and everybody else who's participated and hung out today and shares the content. You know, I love y'all. I will be back, should be back Thursday. But Friday is the big exciting one, guys. So we'll be going over the patch notes then, after their stream and all that stuff. But until then, I've been Asherothi, the voice of New Eden. And until next time, I'll see you in space. Did we learn anything from here? Let's see. I mean, some. Mostly the sisters are a lot more evil than they say they are. All right, bye.
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city